mask on, mask off. It's BCSO.
I will. I'll try.
Look at these.
Yeah, because you need to
Take it easy.
Oh, okay. Good.
Ugh.
It is.
Wait, when Maxwell go?
Should we have her do it today?
Oh my God.
Can we?
Is that what her like princess actually reading?
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor.
I don't care what side we're on. As far as administration for the law.
Yeah. Where the fuck she go?
Yeah.
I think they're all brain rotted. You know what he fucking tells me? I'm just like,
What?
you know, it'd be nice for them to be here. And he goes, well, you know, anyone can work on any case. And I'm like, but it happened in Blaine County. Isn't it a little weird that you got no? And then he's like, well, you know what I say? I don't want to give the guy any more time a day. I'm like, why are you a fucking cop?
You didn't ask
What
me
does that mean? I didn't say that. I didn't say anything because it's like, you know, when someone says something so stupid, you're just like, if I just respond to this, it's just going to be some dumb. Your guy's on trial. If you think he's bad and it's happened in your fucking county, what are you saying right now? You're just saying beep, beep, boop, boop, not part of my equation.
Well, remember we were just talking about 10 minutes ago about how people just come here to...
They just go to fucking chase shit around. What does it mean? Someone's already handling it. It's in your fucking county. Does this place not have more meaning than that?
That's the sheriff.
Holy fucking shit.
It should have been Peters.
No.
At least he cares.
No.
I didn't want to lose him, but at least he cares.
It's good he's here because at least we can sit back and be proud.
True.
And that's why I'm helping Edgar. I'm joining his team.
What?
Because he needs to be found not guilty. Send the problem back up north.
What?
Edgar is on our side.
How is he on our side?
He's on our side because he's
Are you fucking
destabilizing Blaine County.
They don't care.
They
don't care.
We need him.
You know what they want? They want to swap counties. They want to put us in Blaine County, and they want to take over Los Santos County, Nino. And by you siding with him, that's what's going to happen when you're fucking gone.
We are starting. Let me cook. Just let me cook. Don't tell anyone I said that. Let me cook.
I don't tell anything you say. You say some crazy shit.
Oh, and you don't?
I'm sure I know I do. I'm hot-headed.
You know, I got to say, I love when Aaron goes on the stand. Yeah, they don't really patrol Blaine County.
Yes!
That was so good.
Stab.
Oh my God, Jesus.
So if that's, you know, looking at a positive side of things, yeah.
Bro, I love raging so much on Nino. It is so fun. The argument fits Nino so well, it's unbelievable.
Bandages and everything, Jaina.
I was just gonna leave it.
What?
I was just gonna leave it.
Okay, because I have 49 on me if you need any.
Nino, if you want some reading while you wait, that
Mm.
should be ready.
It's ready? Okay. Okay, let's discuss. Oh.
We can discuss it another
Yes,
time.
sir.
Oh, MDT is dead.
Uh-oh. Well, that figures.
I will not be doing this when it starts.
How do I reset the MDT?
Deadpan is considering changing their caption
It's fully
to focus
down.
on you.
Like,
and
Oh,
not
it's
just
fully
you.
down?
It's fully down. Yeah.
He'll not be
No.
convicted now.
Stops. Nope.
They'll probably just
Nope.
base it on what's on the docket.
I probably won't even notice if you do.
That'll be the only way they've accessed
Did
it.
when did it go
Thanks.
down?
Like just like 5 minutes ago. Not even kidding.
Jesus Christ.
It
Like
just
MGM
happened.
records right now. Oh, son of a... Hey,
It could have been faceless.
Sorry, Ruby.
what's going on?
I'm sorry.
I'm alright.
Let me ask you a question. In regards to, do we not have something in legislation today that underlines that? Actually, you know what? Never mind.
I did. I did.
I'm realizing how much the MDT being down is like the worst thing ever. It's like 50% of our job right here.
Yeah, I can give a guess.
Oh, when do you think it's back?
No, I can give a guess to like your question. It's,
Oh, what do you think it is?
I assume something on the docket. Probably not though.
Oh, no. It's stuff that new legislation we're working on.
Oh yeah.
Do-do-do-do.
I am so sorry, Princess. Yes. Hello. Hi. Oh, I do. Oh, I very much appreciate it, but we do have DOC up here. Mm. Thank you, Princess. I very much appreciate the thought, though. Danger. You have 2 seconds to step away from me.
How do I look like Michael Jackson? Which wasn't great, but was good.
Swear to God, I will drop kick you.
I'm just standing. Alright,
Worst part is I'm still tired. I get to sleep another 10. Yeah.
wow, that's really...
Yeah. But I'm better. I am way better than I was yesterday because of that. And then, I'm all good now. So I might even go on patrol afterwards, depending on...
I have an idea.
Radic and Connor, can you guys like take a vest off, put a vest on, take a mask off, put a mask on?
I've already
My
done
eyes
that
are really
once. Do it again.
the lightning in here is. There you go. Yep. Yep. My eyes aren't messing with me anymore. Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Uh.
I'm gonna go cry in a corner
Yeah,
while the
you
MDT is
walked in
down.
looking like you. you look like you, bro.
Who's that guy back there? The blonde hair guy.
No,
Ursula,
you look like you.
Maxwell,
Yes.
I just realized I have a really
Do you-
nice cold
do you know where
cola
Carter
waiting for me in my
is?
fridge right now.
Let me check.
Like
or Oxby?
it's gonna taste really good.
Oxby's here.
I'm sorry,
Yeah,
what was
I
that?
was thinking of Oxby. Do you know where Carter is?
Deadpan
I do
would
not,
like
I
to
can give her a call.
apologize for the idiocy next door.
Ah,
He's here.
thank you.
Right on the dot.
I just finished a pursuit, Your Honor. So sorry.
All right, that is crazy timing. Impressive. Alrighty, at this time, I'm going to ask the court to please silence your phones. Court is called into session for the second day of the People versus Edgar del Castillo. Are all parties
Is
present
it
and ready to
Stio or
proceed?
Stilo?
Our lawyer, Silas, who is able to get out of the hospital, was just here. He had to run out for a half a second.
Silas is all right. Is he good to be a part of the defense team
See, he
if
will
he needs
be-
more time?
See, he is here. He was just in the room several seconds ago, Your Honor. There he is.
Oh.
Yes, he is. He is prepared to resume his
Wait!
custody.
Oh,
case.
shit.
I'll be here to support since I was here yesterday.
Very
Wait,
well.
I thought he. Wait, Silas.
Ready to go, Your Honor. Let's do it.
I swear he was
You just
involved
don't
before.
look. You know what? Okay, fair enough. I have every confidence. Are you caught up to speed about
my food's
the
outside.
procedures of today?
I believe so, Your Honor.
All right, then we will begin with the recalled witnesses from the prosecution side, starting with Marshal Lark.
Your Honor, may I have permission to approach for a sidebar real quick before we begin?
Absolutely. Marshal Lark, you may step down, and then Silas, step forward as well.
That's wild, Forte. That's wild.
I mean, that's like a benefit to us.
Yeah,
so
true.
if they're willing
It
to
is.
not nitpick over it, then see what Silas has to say.
Absolutely.
I'm giving bonuses to the LSPD. It's like, imagine the Edgar trial.
Can I have a member of the DOC
in your county
join us up here?
and you're a deputy, and I have to be like, why are you not here? And trying to have an excuse. That is insane. I'm like, what?
Y'all right? Y'all right? You need a cough drop or something, bud? Here.
Ursula, do you know anyone who can whip up?
There
some
wasn't
tacos
an
for us?
excuse. It was just
Go ahead and take that. That should help.
an excuse.
EJ or Signey works at the taco stand.
It sounded like don't care.
I do
Chase.
have a couple tacos on me if needed.
It was bad enough that I didn't respond to it. We'll put it that way.
Ursula, can you approach as well?
Can I what as well?
Approach.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
sorry. Yeah.
My client. No, we can't bring him in here.
Who did I just give this?
Who needs food? You guys heard it.
Oh, thank you.
Heard it here first. Forte's a pick me.
Appreciate it.
Well, that dropped. All right, that's fine. Ignore that. All right, everyone is settled. Marshal Lark, you're good to come back up again. Your patience.
Deadpan apologizes for the delay. We will be continuing.
Flyron, would you mind swearing her in? And Ramsey, you will
yes,
have to
ma'am.
step back. That's Jack Ramsey, no?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah,
Jack,
even,
you
like,
will have to step behind the bar.
Yeah, Your Honor, he's
I'll-
probably like deeply
I'll grab him,
thinking.
Your
So they'll
Honor.
have to grab
Thank
him.
you.
This is the Edgar de Castillo case.
Yes, I'm sure he looks very cool leaning against the wall right there. Thank you, Flyron.
What are you doing? I'm going back.
Alright.
All right. Wait until this is all settled real quick.
Thank you very
All right, please raise your left hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you under the penalty of perjury? So help you airborne.
I do.
Your Honor, this witness has been sworn in.
Thank you very much, Flyron.
You're welcome.
So we'll begin this as though it's a proper redirect. Is that? Wait, I'm sorry. Murphy, that's correct. You guys said you don't want it to be like a cross.
Well, they said that they don't have like you know, they don't have track of like what the scope is.
Scope, yes.
So we're just we can ask questions that are cross, but we're treating it as just a recall. I think
Okay.
that was the
Fantastic.
Yeah,
All right,
just
then the
treating it
defense
as
starts.
recall.
So it's like a twofer. We're just simplifying.
I see. Sorry, this is I think the first time
Wait,
for all
so
of us.
are they
we'll
asking
make it as we
direct or
go.
not? Because treating it like a recall means
Yeah, just do your thing.
Hello, Marshal. How you doing today?
Hi, I'm doing well, thank you.
I believe yesterday you made mention of a phone call. Is that right?
wait a minute, faceless?
Yes, I did.
Wait,
Okay, so maybe I'm
faceless?
leading.
Faceless
leading.
attorney. Faceless,
So-
faceless.
Do you want nothing based off the questions asked yesterday, Oxford?
For recall, yes. Marking them as recall, otherwise it's like a prepared cross.
All right.
No,
that
it's
is
not.
fair, Silas. You guys would have it. the advantage, and
Technically,
that's fine.
recall isn't in
So
legislation.
you may ask your own individual questions, just not based off of.
Technically, recalls aren't in
language that was brought forth
legislation, so
yesterday.
they could ask.
Well, that's what Murphy pointed out in the sidebar, but that's totally fine.
I understand. So you have open scope now.
Alrighty.
Oh,
Hello,
there
Marshal.
it is.
How are you today? Good to hear again. You aware of the charges being levied against the client of the defense today?
I am aware, yes.
As a marshal, did you personally respond to or have a active participation in any of these scenarios?
I was involved in some of the initial scenarios, that is correct.
Okay, which ones were you involved in?
The Aaliyah court investigation. I was involved in both times. She was found in the investigation into her missing body.
Okay. What were the initial actions and steps that led to your involvement from your end?
I was the responding officer to the scene in which someone showed up at the hospital after being injured that we later identified as Aaliyah Court. And then I was the responding officer to Aaliyah's body when she was eventually found deceased.
Alrighty. Oh yeah, if you're on the stand, do you mind just make sure you're speaking up? Sorry.
Oh, I am. Apologies.
No, you're okay. I don't mean to be rude. At any point, did you come into contact with my client?
Not directly. I spoke to him on the phone, but he was at the hospital the first time. Sorry, I was thinking of the second time. I did come into contact with him there. Yes.
Okay, at the hospital first, you said?
Yes. The first time when Aaliyah Court was pronounced dead, he was brought in as her emergency contact to say goodbye to her.
Okay. And what was the extent of your interaction with my client during that time?
Thank you very much.
I spoke to him quite extensively at the hospital. He was quite erratic and on edge regarding what had happened. So we were trying to calm him down and explain everything. And we had concerns that he might do something, and so we had officers on scene. That's about it that day.
At the time, what led you to those concerns?
There was a phone call that he had with an individual, in which he indicated that they were going to do something, and then he left before we could find out anything.
Do you know the verbiage he used?
Not off the top of my head. I believe it was in a statement somewhere.
So the phrase "do something," is that as accurate as you can say as to what any sort of action he could have taken?
Objection leading. Calls for
Any rebuttal?
speculation.
Yep. I want to hear from Silas.
I'm asking in her professional capacity as a marshal. I'm asking in her capacity as a marshal, a position that deals with statements of individuals, both victims and criminals alike, all the time, what the accuracy of his statement was, what the exact verbiage was.
Your question was more asking for the interpretation of it. If you're asking for the exact verbiage, that's perfectly fine. But if it's not, then it is in fact leading.
I can mislead. I'm sorry. I can mislead. I hope I'm not misleading. Sorry, slipped there.
You're
I can
fine.
reword. That is the
Thank
the
you.
word I was
Yeah,
looking
perfect,
for.
Silas. You're good to go.
So the most specific description of his supposed claim was he was going to do something. Is that right?
It was a long time ago. I do apologize. I believe they indicated about getting something ready, in a very angry tone. We did not know what that was.
Okay. Let's move over to the phone call. How did that start?
The phone call that I mentioned was the second time that Aaliyah was found, when she was actually pronounced deceased for the final time. I was given the responsibility of calling Edgar to inform him that she had passed away. And his reaction was extremely different to his first response. It was complete silence. There was no freaking out, no sadness about it, no talking him down. And after a long moment of silence, I told him, "This isn't a trick. I just want you to be able to come down to say goodbye to your friend, so I know you cared about her." And he said that he had said his goodbyes already, or that he'd said everything he had to say, something along those lines. Hung up.
And you later, before or after you arrived on scene, where you responded, you said?
That would have been after me responding to the body. I transported her down to the hospital, and we did our best to make sure that she was okay before finally calling him as the only emergency contact, I believe.
And where was the body found?
On a beach in Polito. Don't remember the exact location, unfortunately.
Was there anything else of note on this beach?
Once again, this was a long time ago. I feel like there was something else, but at the time I was very much focused on the possibility that Aaliyah might still be alive. And so I rushed her back down to the hospital without looking too hard at the moment.
Okay. Your Honor, if I may have a minute to confer with my co-counsel, is that okay?
Yeah, absolutely. And Silas, just for your own knowledge, we've approved any and all witnesses during this trial to refer back to reports, if they need to, just considering the substantial evidence.
Thank goodness. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Not that many people even care.
Oh my god. My god. Oh my god. Oh my god, dude.
Alrighty, Marshal Lark.
Hello.
What, in your assessment of this situation, what evidence is there that actually ties my client to this loss of life?
Well,
Objection calls
my-
for speculation.
Yeah, okay.
Your Honor, asking about evidence that corroborates a charge on a defendant who's currently on trial from a law enforcement agent, I don't see how that could possibly be speculation unless she's incompetent.
If I may respond,
Yeah,
that's not the individual that was leading the investigation. She wouldn't necessarily know. She may not have all the pieces, and then asking that to relate to the defendant isn't fair to the officer on the stand.
All the
Yes.
pieces are supposed to be on the
Wait.
docket, so
For clarification, are you asking for her professional opinion on this matter?
yeah, that's why I
Or
said
as her
assessment.
presence?
Okay, then I'll withdraw. It's fine.
Thank you. Go ahead, Silas. Ask again.
In your assessment of this situation of Aaliyah's loss of life, what evidence actually ties my client, the defendant, to this?
That's a big question. I am not involved in a lot of the recent investigation, and I have been in Germany for extended time, but for my early assessment of the scenario, when I was investigating the death of Aaliyah, it became very clearly early about his involvement with every step of what had happened to her. His reaction with the first incident was, to everyone's account, they're extremely over the top. And I know, my scenario that happened months ago was not necessarily is not necessarily all in evidence here. Am I allowed to talk about everything as I expressed it?
I defer to the judge, but I would imagine that if it's evidence of the case, it at least should be on the docket.
It should be on the docket, but she's speaking as a witness, not as part of the prosecution team.
Yeah, as a witness to all of this, I was there the day.
How do you
that
think
Aaliyah
this trial is gonna go, chat?
And saw his initial reaction being
I have not
distraught,
spoken to him yet.
continuing to talk him down. What appeared to be a plan for something to be done. Shortly after, someone associated with him drew police attention to away from the hospital, and we all rushed away to help save a hostage situation. During that time, the body was stolen by a few men, when the only people who knew she was dead was Edgar, who may have told them, or who he may have told, as well as the officers who responded.
Might just get shot outside.
So I had pretty strong.
Just got
Shut
married
up,
to a
Carmine.
woman.
It's just a flesh wound.
Oh.
Okay, officer. Law enforcement already seeing. Can you alert?
As for these people that supposedly stole the body, was my client ever identified as one of those individuals?
No, they were not identified. But with my knowledge and experience,
I've been shot.
and the situation at the time, he was our primary and, to be honest, only suspect.
Is it just me or is he letting her talk too much?
In that phone call, was there ever any admission of having a hand in this matter?
There was no admission. However, in the moment, I did take strong notice of how different his reaction was to the first instance, making it, in my mind, clear that he knew Aaliyah was not dead the first time, and that this time he was shocked that she actually was. Maybe something had gone wrong, and his indication that he had said his goodbyes already, that he may have been there to say them when this occurred.
I think Silas is letting her talk way too much.
Yes, may have.
As a law enforcement officer, have you worked on previous cases similar to this one?
This was the biggest case surrounding this, so no, not really. It was.
Have you worked on previous murders or attempted murders?
Because she's able to hide the truth.
Attempted murders.
You need to simple.
Involving an officer, but nothing quite to the scale.
Similarly to the phone call that you mentioned, in any of those cases, have you ever reached out to bereaved individuals related to a victim?
I don't believe I have.
Do you have any previous experience then on contacting bereaved individuals and their reactions to news of this matter?
At the time, my only previous experience was with Edgar himself, which is why I found his reaction to be starkly different.
That's a yes or no. No, give a yes or no.
Finding of it to be different is based on what previous.
No, say this is a yes or no question, then ask it again. Fuck!
It was different to his own reaction.
Silas, can I ask a point of clarification?
He needs to ask yes or no's and object when it's not.
For this witness, are you using her both as an expert witness and now trying to question her abilities at the time of her involvement? Yes or no?
Wait, I'm sorry, you asked a compound question.
I did, because you are compounding this. Is she an expert witness or no?
She's an expert witness, yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Yeah, but wait.
One moment.
Being an expert doesn't mean you're necessarily expert witness on what, though? In law enforcement, that doesn't mean your statements about bereaving is from an expert lens.
What did happen here, dude? There's a bullet here. We should check it. Do you want me to pick it up?
I won't take up too much more of your time, Marshal. I appreciate you being here.
Of course, thank you.
Is a murder weapon or a weapon used in this assault ever recovered?
I would have to review all of the evidence. I would not have been involved in that if it was.
Wait a minute. When I asked the faceless,
To your knowledge, was a weapon ever tied
about bombing
to
the
my client
courthouse,
in relation to this incident?
maybe they misunderstood when they said we'll send Silas in to bomb it.
Law enforcement step outside.
This isn't what I meant.
Crimbo, or
This
Jimbo,
isn't what I
but
meant, Charlie.
Ruby or Maxwell, is there somebody who can assist? Thank you, Jacqueline. Go ahead. Sorry.
God damn it, Blue Man, you son of a bitch!
I can repeat the question.
Please.
I am pressing charges.
Okay, maybe I'll wait till they drag that guy out of here.
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay. Was a weapon ever recovered that could be tied to or associated with my client?
I'm personally unaware. I haven't reviewed every single part of the evidence. I as far as I was aware, was only here to testify on myself being a witness for some of this.
He's not doing that bad. But the problem
No further
is,
questions, Your Honor.
I know where he's going, but he needs to direct more. If you ask a yes or no question, do not let them ask a non-yes, give a non-yes or no response.
Apologies, give me a moment. All right. Sorry, I apologize. I was catching up on notes. Prosecution, you may begin with your cross.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, so you had stated that you picked up Aaliyah and drove her back to the hospital. Is that correct?
That is correct. The second instance in which she was found.
Okay. And other than informing Edgar, you had no other involvement in this case, correct?
That's incorrect. Technically, back at the time, I was trying to look into what happened to Aaliyah, but I, unfortunately, was called back to Germany. Didn't get to finish up the case. And it proceeded without me.
Yeah, no worries. Okay, so normally law enforcement officers, when there's a scene like a murder or something like that, they're going to be having someone assigned to drive people back, and then one person to document the scene. Is that correct?
Yes. At the time, there were 3 officers on duty. The only reason I responded is that no one else could.
Okay. So you didn't have time to document the scene yourself as you were trying to administer first aid and get the individual medical treatment. Is that correct?
The scene was documented later, but it had been a while at that point.
Understood. No further questions.
All right. Perfect. Any redirect defense?
We'll keep it pushing, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, Silas. Marshal Luck, thank you for your time. You are released if you need to leave. Thank you again for coming back.
Of course. Thank you, everyone.
All right.
He's gonna get
Move
charged.
to,
They're gonna get charged for.
Ruby York now, yes?
I feel like Aaliyah Court. They're gonna get charged for so far.
She was the next on the list, I believe. Is that right, Oxby?
I don't remember what is the
Believe so.
evidence actually. What is he?
Yes,
Was it only
Yeah,
circumstantial?
come on up, York.
I don't know, man. This is gonna be
Clarifying,
tough.
And then I guess no one knows, so we'll just go for it. Flaron, do you mind? Thank you.
Please raise your left hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you under the penalty of perjury or help you, airborne?
I sure do. Yep.
All right, Your Honor, this witness has been sworn in.
Very much appreciated.
You're
All
welcome.
right, Silas, whenever you're ready.
So 1 second, Your Honor. I do apologize.
No, take your time.
Hello, Ruby.
Hello, Silas. Hope you're feeling better.
I think you're
Yeah,
right.
thank you.
Is
Feeling
that
good.
Aaliyah Court is a confession?
Mm-hmm.
Alrighty. Ruby, were you involved in any of the scenes and scenarios that are being levied against my client today?
Yes.
What's going on, Grandpa?
Could you please state which of those, as there are many?
I responded to the murder of Action Caption.
Okay. Can you walk us through the steps of your response and kind of how it all shook out?
Initial response. I arrived on scene of a 911 call at the lighthouse. Other individuals were on scene. EMS was already there before us. We usually respond to 911s that need emergency at isolated locations to back up EMS. When I arrived, 2 individuals got into a car and left, and EMS was bringing the body of action caption up the stairs. We documented the area while another officer went with action to the hospital. Photographs were taken, DNA, bullet casings, etc. were all recovered from that particular scene.
What kind of bullet casings were recovered?
They were an assault rifle and also a pistol of some type.
Okay. After Mr. Caption arrived at the hospital, was any further evidence taken?
His possessions, we have a normal procedure. Possessions were documented. Anything on him that may have helped towards investigation was seized. And of course, there was an autopsy.
And what did that autopsy find?
I believe the autopsy is in evidence, but it showed that there were multiple gunshot wounds, that the individual's chest was shredded with bullet casings.
Was any documentation done on the sizing of these bullet wounds?
Let's get on, Richie.
By EMS, not that I, or by, sorry, by the, on the autopsy, no. That's not usual.
So is it possible to discern, based on your assessment of the evidence, whether those bullet wounds came from casings of a small or higher caliber round?
Objection calls for speculation. That's not an area that we act in as law enforcement officers.
That's true. Ruby's a law enforcement officer, not a doctor.
And yet they collect casings of many calibers as well as bullet
Correct, but
fragments of
how
many
would she know
calibers.
how to discern a GSW to a human body?
All right.
Thank you. Objection sustained. Next line of questioning.
What possessions of note were found?
What the hell was that? Wait, I'm so confused.
If my MDT were working, I could look a little better and let you know. However, the most notable was an assault rifle and a notebook.
MDT is back.
Was this assault rifle documented?
Yes, it is, I believe, in evidence.
Was any DNA found on this assault rifle?
Yes.
Whose?
Edgar Del Castillo and
Del Castillo.
Brandon Valentino.
After Mr. Caption was brought in for his autopsy and his possessions were documented, did any other evidence surface in relation to this incident?
Are we talking about at the time in the hospital?
No, after he was brought in for autopsy and his possessions were documented.
Are we okay? I need a parameter of time. Are we talking about in the hospital after the autopsy? Correct.
After.
Okay, so like a week, a month. That's
sure. Start with a week. Yeah.
Yes, there were. We were able to interrogate both Brandon and Edgar, and also at the funeral of Action Caption, a videotape was given to Officer Carmine Costello.
What was on this videotape?
The videotape was of of 3 individuals that were on the southeastern side of the lighthouse. One individual shot down one of the people, and then the second individual shot the person that was down on the ground multiple times.
Are these individuals identifiable in the video?
Unfortunately, it was taken from some distance, obviously maybe the cliff or the island, so not identifiable to face recognition, no.
One moment, Your Honor. Ruby, based on the evidence you just walked through, is it more likely that my client was responsible for this or not?
In my opinion, as an officer, yes.
What evidence brings you to that conclusion?
The fingerprints on the gun, the individuals leaving the scene, the casings, the bloods, the video, the interrogation of, as Mr. Castillo stated, his very good friend being murdered. There is enough evidence there to hold this man accountable.
You state that he was his friend?
Correct.
And yet you say the fact that he was his friend makes him more likely to have done this?
No.
Is there any doubt to be found from the fact that there are multiple identifiable pieces of DNA on that weapon?
Objection calls for speculation. Our job as law enforcement officers is not to eliminate all doubt, just to collect evidence.
What does that mean? Wait, what? Wait.
Any rebuttal?
Hold on.
Silas.
See, I have a rebuttal, Your Honor, if I may.
No, Edgar. This is Silas's job.
Yeah, chill, Edgar.
She walked through the evidence enough to say that it was, and yet she's not allowed to say it wasn't?
It's for the judge, not for us as law enforcement officers. We bring evidence.
Your Honor, If I may, my co-counsel is just asking her to qualify why Edgar is more likely to have been the shooter, even though there's multiple prints and DNA on the weapon. I don't think that's out of line to ask. I think that's something you need to know.
I think it is something that can be entertained. However, the doubt is supposed to be left with my determination, not hers.
Why?
Here's the collected
No.
evidence. You guys are using her as an
What?
expert witness to be on scene
No.
at the
Wait.
time.
No. No. You make the wait. How? What? Wait. What? The doubt is on. You're still collecting it. You still have to analyze it. You're still making a determination, which means you have to analyze it to make a determination as to who to press the charges to. What does that mean?
Why you're asking the question and the intention behind it. And Ruby here is being used both as a witness and to the events and as an expert witness because of her profession. Duality is very concerned. However, the nature of the question, you are relying on her experience and history as law enforcement. And the nature of her history and experience as law enforcement is not to entirely eliminate the shadow of a doubt. It is to collect evidence. And so I will sustain the objection.
You're not asking if he's wait, I am so confused.
One moment, Your Honor.
If your job is only they're not like, wait. They've effectively just said our job is to be forensics for collecting evidence, not for analyzing evidence. If you literally cannot analyze it and make comment on the evidence that they collect on a daily basis to make statements and determinations, then you literally can't function as law enforcement, let alone should you ever be like a DA. It doesn't make any sense. I'm so confused.
All right, Ruby. With your previous statement in mind, why is it that you said you're looking at Edgar even though there are multiple prints on the weapon?
There are two sets of prints on the weapon. We interviewed both individuals. In this case, I'm here representing for Edgar. Are you asking my opinion? I'm confused.
One moment, Your Honor.
I think she meant I'm here answering questions on regards. Am I not wrong to say that? Okay.
I'm just going to step in here. Officer York, the question is simple. We are simply asking you to qualify Edgar as a suspect over this other set of prints on the weapon. Why was he considered a stronger suspect than this other DNA that was also evidence that was also on the same gun? What was the reasoning behind that? We're not talking about doubt here. We're just asking you what qualified that strength of that suspect over the other.
I don't believe there is. They are both equal.
There we go.
Okay, so what put you over the top? What made you suspect Edgar over the other person then, if it's equal?
I haven't stated that I suspected one over the other.
Okay. You are a member of law enforcement, right?
Correct.
And you're involved in this investigation.
In this particular portion of action caption, correct.
Okay. So you were involved in the discussions regarding this case, but you did not make the final decision. Is that what you're saying?
Correct. The ongoing investigation is done by obviously the prosecution. I am here representing the portion in regards to action caption.
Okay, so you did not make the decision to charge Edgar for this over the other DNA found on the weapon.
Correct.
Okay, that's all we need to know. All right.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Any cross from the prosecution?
We asked if we needed to yesterday.
Aaron or
Yeah,
Dr.
yeah,
Discussion?
one moment, Your Honor.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
sorry. We don't, Your Honor. We're good.
All right, very well. Thank you, York. We appreciate your time.
Your Honor,
Thank
can I
you.
request a bio break? Is that okay? Just a quick one.
Yeah, I think that's perfectly fine. I'll call a 5-minute recess for the court.
All right, thank you.
I posted the legislation up.
All right, all right.
Do we need to exclude felony stops?
Well, so felony stops, right? I think that may fall more under their SOPs.
Yeah, but SOP is not law.
Understood, but it's the law in there still governs the basic foundations of a stop, right? Where a felony stop derives from. Am I wrong?
I think I'm more thinking like, should we explicitly call out Article 3 and Article 4 do not, it does not cover, this does not cover felonies. Just for a point of clarity, what do you think? Technically, I don't even think a felony stop is legal. Or maybe it is. No, it is. It is. There's no rules around it.
Yeah.
Then again, it's not technically a stop, is it?
It's a different form of
Detention.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would say the goal of this, right, and the contents are not conducive to.
We're on break. Are you going to torture me some more?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
There's just too many different aggregating factors.
I agree.
Hi, Ursula. Hi. Hi.
Yeah, I just don't know if we need to, like, if anyone's going to read this and be like, oh my God, we can't do felonies anymore, dude.
We can talk.
Well, you're not doing your formal voice.
Let's wait and see what happens. I mean, worst case, we can just add it, you know?
Yeah,
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Ursula Leichenberg from Deadpan in
When
Los
we announce it at
Santos.
the PD
Not
meeting,
being
we can
professional
expressly
enough for
state
the
that.
non-journalist here.
You know.
I just say why not blow it apart?
There you are.
Why not? It's already spicy.
Just to
job,
try and head
Oh,
off confusion.
breaking news. Charles Danger is
'Cause I think
currently
you're
being
right, that is
hunted
a
by thousands of
legitimate
people
response that we
who
must
want to see him dead.
Mm. Yeah.
Apparently assaulting or in any way being derogatory towards the reporter of Deadpan creates enemies.
I feel like you're just making this up.
Deadpan would never make up any articles.
You should do it.
Right. Yeah, okay.
Wait, what the fuck? Where'd the wheelchair come from?
the equivalent to Forbes.
I do not know.
I didn't think the hospital had those.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to break for a moment.
Maybe they found a supplier.
Ow.
Oh, that was so satisfying.
Yeah, okay.
That's not our job. At the end of the day, that's for a judge to decide. Are they guilty or are they not?
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen. We are currently on break in the People versus Edgar del Castilla. And
Chat, is it because
Ruby York is on the stand?
it is the
break?
That's Stila.
We'll see what happens afterward.
That's why we're here.
And if he's not guilty, okay, he's not guilty. Judge decided that. Cool.
She should.
I think based on all the evidence we have,
I think
beyond the reasonable doubt, he's screwed. Yeah, we will. When we get back.
as soon as because he's the next witness as well.
Wait.
We'll get up there.
Silas is back.
Yeah.
But they're gonna rip me apart like so badly.
For what?
For everything. They're just gonna nitpick at everything.
Well, yeah,
make sure, just pause
I
and
absolutely
breathe
have the best
and make sure there's
sister-in-law
no
in the
objection.
world.
You'll be fine.
And give very simple answers. Tell the truth, obviously, but you know, you just.
I thought it was de Castillo as well.
Court order to get food for everybody was given to me, so I have the full holdings of all the food.
You
Thank
look
you so much.
good to me.
Just like old times, huh?
No, it really is. Ooh.
It is a large crowd.
Thank you
There's
so much.
It's hard. That's what we're gonna have a sidebar about.
Would you like a food and a meal right now?
It's not in good faith at this point.
Ursula.
Yeah, ask who he was hanging out with afterwards.
Do you mind asking the state and the
this'll be
defense if they need
interesting.
any?
Why are you so mean to her?
Right now.
That's my
I could
sister-in-law.
use a drink or two. My eyes are adjusting in here. I think there's a lot of people in here.
Damn it! I forgot. I have to write a freaking report.
I think he's really staring at his notes right now. If you don't mind just putting something down on the table for him, I'm sure he'll appreciate it down the line.
Maybe.
Thank you.
Get those stretches in, chat. Okay, everyone get up, stretch, put your hands in the air. All right, we got a break. Hands up in the air. Come on. Get your stretches in. Come on, don't be lazy. Get those stretches in, guys. Stretch your neck. Stretch your hands. Put your hands in the air. Yeah. Stretch that lower back. Yep. There you go. Lumi's got it.
I know I don't, but I appreciate you. Thank you.
All right.
Does anyone else need food?
Yeah, that was a heck thing.
Aaron, you completely don't know me, dog.
Does anyone here need food?
Yeah, I'd love some. You might need to put it in front of me.
Yeah.
Yep.
Put it in front of me.
Shit. Can he not reach?
Just gonna reach over the gentleman here and.
Yep.
Yep. Sorry, bud.
No problem.
Oh, thank you. Can I get 2 drinks?
There you go.
Beautiful.
Do you need any food?
There it is.
I'm good. I already got some.
Yeah, I would actually.
Damn, some good drink there, huh?
Real good.
Alrighty, I believe everyone's back now. Prosecution, you guys back? You good? Defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do we need a sidebar, Your Honor, when we get started, please?
Of course. Silas, Braun, are you guys good?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, come on up. Oh, well, that's one way to use a gavel.
This court. Oh, that's a marshal. Oh.
Same haircut as Flores. Mm-hmm. So you need a drink? Oh, okay, okay.
Good, right? It's
Oh God, you would be a puffy jacket wearer, wouldn't you? Okay. Mm-hmm.
I've just noticed, but where's your shirt?
Oh no. Oh shit.
What? Okay. Well, the okay. Well, the judge hasn't. Okay, the judge hasn't told you to put on a shirt, so you're good. Oh, I'll I'll get the tea from someone. What? Why'd you do that? Why? What? What? The hell? You chose between being a good cop or a good friend. You can be both.
Was that blackmail? What do you mean blackmail? No.
Sidebar.
Hmm?
This is a long sidebar.
Yeah, I'm really curious. Wait, who's the next Is it about the next witness? Or the current one? Got to be the next one. Thinking.
Ladies and gentlemen, with our perfect hearing at Deadpan, we've uncovered that a prosecution may be asking to strike Robin.
Shh. Don't be careful with that.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh my! Oh my God! Oh man, she's lucky I'm sitting back. Yeah, the sidebar is only for the judge, prosecutors, and defense. No one else is supposed to listen in on it. Otherwise, it creates a lot of a lot of problems. I would love to know too, but it could throw out the entire case and they have to redo it. Jury doesn't matter. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm.
Damn, that's one ugly motherfucker right there.
I kind of wanted to know the T. I'm going to be honest. I kind of wanted to know the T too, but you know.
You got a Hades mask on. Bitch, they won.
Bro, this has got... What did she say before I told her to be careful?
Holy smokes. Wait till Rusty, look. Look, Rusty, look.
Yes, Your Honor.
Send it.
Rusty, look at Carmine. You guys are twins.
Yeah, that's what it sounded like.
Session,
That's what I thought.
and
Something
I get
about
the joy of calling
striking.
Robin Ferreira to the stand.
So,
can I have a member of the DSC please swear him in once he reaches the stand?
imagine I heard what Ursula said, and then I texted Robin from right here. You know what I mean?
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? No lie, no fabrications, no vibe-based recollections under penalty of perjury. So help you Buddha.
I do.
All right.
Wait, what the fuck?
Thank you. Defense, I don't want to talk about what we just talked in the sidebar. I would like to move forward. Come ask questions.
All righty. Hello, Robin.
Hello, Silas.
All right. This
Bro, why they
this
swearing your
whole,
name?
case.
What the fuck?
How exactly are you involved in this?
I have been his lawyer for the
Didn't you just fucking murder somebody? He just went to
vast
trial.
majority of it.
Yeah.
Well, not sure the truth. I was his lawyer during the investigation. Once the charges were pressed and I was called as a witness, I was no longer.
Hmm. And why were you called as a witness for the prosecution?
Because prosecution believes I gave them a dying declaration of a man who's alive.
Mm.
Could you please explain this dying declaration?
Just some words on paper that don't hold much weight given he's alive.
Shit's going down. Wait, really? Did that war break out?
And what brought you to turn this these words on paper in?
What brought me to my car?
Okay, fair enough.
Oh, that makes sense.
What was there any emotion or force or personal reasoning for bringing this forward?
Wasn't happy about doing it.
It's not answering questions.
Wasn't something I'd usually do.
One moment, Your Honor.
What is that music? Yeah, did you hear that?
Why don't they just ask him on the stand? I mean, the judge could do that. It's in their purview.
Let's focus on this.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right. State for cross.
Yes, Your Honor.
Don't let go yet. Don't let go.
Robin, when was the last time you spoke with any members of the defense regarding this case?
Any members of the defense regarding this case?
Yes. Before, your direct questioning.
Yeah, can I clarify who members of the defense are?
Your Honor, objection scope.
I swear to God, the four of you. Oxby, that's not scope, man. I know what you're doing here. Don't do it. We've already discussed this in the sidebar.
Okay. No worries.
Wait, don't do what?
Okay.
Wait, what
So you said
happened?
you weren't happy about talking with law enforcement. Why weren't you happy talking with law enforcement regarding turning in your, dying declaration that wasn't?
Well, it wasn't my dying declaration. Let's get that straight first. I'm still here as well. I wasn't happy about it because, yeah, I thought I had lost a friend. Let me clarify, when I say lost, I mean friend was no longer available.
Okay. So, to your knowledge, were you lying at the time that you spoke to law enforcement officers?
On the day I spoke to them, did I know I was lying? No.
Yes, were you literally lying? Okay. No further questions.
Any redirect.
So he wasn't lying. He was.
None of this time, Your Honor. We're all good.
All right.
Oh,
Still
yeah,
got a
that's
lot
fine,
to learn,
Robin. Yeah,
Oxby.
thank you so much. You are the
Yeah, you're welcome.
How'd they know about the
Perfect. Thank you,
meeting
Robin.
last night? What meeting last night?
All right. Fantastic. I believe it's just Carter is left for the prosecution, yes?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Come on up, Aaron.
You're left-handed, thank you. Do you swear to tell the truth, honest, fair, and without fixing it to fit your boots? Just the full truth as it happens, under penalty of perjury? So help you Buddha.
Yes, I do.
She's been sworn in, Your Honor. Thank you.
Appreciated.
Hello, Aaron. How you doing?
Great.
Of the different reports and scenarios that we're all here discussing today, were you involved in any of these?
I was involved with all of them at some point, hence why I'm pushing all the charges.
I'm so sorry, Silas. Can you just give me one moment and then ask that question again? And Aaron,
Yes.
repeat that question. I'm so
No
sorry.
problem.
Be really quickly.
Silas, come here for a second.
Okay. My apologies. You are good to go, Silas. Thank you.
No problem, Your Honor. Aaron, I'll just ask again, just for clarity. Of all the reports and scenarios that we are here discussing today, are you involved in any of them?
All of them at some point, hence why I'm pushing the charges.
Wait, why I said that's
Are you
why
the
I'm here?
investigator
Wait.
of this case then?
Yes.
Okay. Let's
Wait, why
start
is
with
he
this
saying
book.
wait?
Were you the one that received this book?
Which book?
This dying declaration.
Wait, why is he saying
I received a dying declaration. I didn't receive a book.
Wait, I'm sorry, you received one or both?
It wasn't a book. It was a dying declaration.
What was it written on?
Paper?
Was the paper in anything?
It was marked as a holy Bible. But it definitely wasn't a Bible. It was definitely a dying declaration, admitting to multiple crimes, which was signed in Edgar's blood.
Your Honor, based on this exchange, permission to treat the witness as hostile.
It just answered the question.
You basically didn't answer the question.
Wait,
in
no, you
10
can't.
different ways.
No, stop. You're not going to be badgering with the witness right now, Murphy. And Aaron, you should be responding to that. I should be. Jesus Christ.
Well, if she can't admit that something was a book and then admits it's a book, but then says it's a Bible, but then says it's a dying declaration, it's just like a waste of 2 minutes of our time.
Okay. Well, wait, oh, hey. Y'all, what did I just say? Holy. Okay. Aaron, considering the conversation we just had in the sidebar, I'm telling you to knock it off. This is your only warning. Murphy, your objection is denied at this time. If it happens again, ask again.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Go ahead, Silas.
Who gave you this this book?
Robin gave me the dying declaration. If you want about that.
Was he Mirandized?
Challenge dying declaration!
Wait, was he Mirandized when he gave you the book?
Don't recall because it's been a long time, but I believe so because normally we do that.
Did you ever ask Edgar if he wrote the book?
Yep.
Objection, leading.
She stated it was signed in his blood. Happy to ask who she thinks wrote the book.
Sorry, clarification. Did you ever ask Edgar if he wrote the book? And the response was yes.
Yes.
That's not leading. That's just a clarification. So, objection denied. Go ahead.
What was his response to you asking him whether he wrote the book?
He said that Robin was a crazy old man, and he didn't know anything about it.
Did he say that he wrote the book?
Objection, hearsay.
Are you asking if it's hearsay when you're asking if the primary investigator asked the defense
No, vice
if he
versa.
wrote the declaration of his death?
No, vice versa. It was the defendant.
The hearsay of the defendant by the defense's attorney's question.
Yes. Saying, did you ever hear him say this to you?
Okay,
That's my rebuttal, huh?
Yeah, I don't blame you one bit. Objection denied. You're fine. Keep going, Silas.
Did he say that he wrote the book?
Exactly what I just said before. When I asked him, he said
A yes or
that
no
he-
will suffice.
I've literally just fucking
Aaron,
answered.
guys, please, tone.
Your Honor, motion to treat the witness as hostile is renewed.
Aaron, please.
I literally
One
already said
chance.
no. He said he didn't know about it, and that Robin was a crazy old man. What else am I meant to fucking say?
Yes or no question, Your Honor.
It's granted. The witness is hostile.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh shit, bro.
Did you witness anyone signing this book?
No.
Did you witness anyone writing this book?
No.
Why do you think Edgar wrote it?
Because it was signed in his blood.
That's true. I mean, that's a good point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You ever bleed?
What the?
No worries.
Objection, relevant.
We're talking about blood.
Your Honor, if I may, we mean like when you get shot.
Yeah.
I mean, like, there's no clarification. It's like, do you bleed? Like, where are we going with this?
No, I said, do you ever bleed? I mean,
Right.
the phrase, have you ever bled?
What?
That was a relevant objection.
Bro.
Thank you. Yeah, relevance, vagueness, what's happening?
Okay,
You know-
I didn't mean it like that. I gotta clarify. Jesus Christ.
Okay.
Did the record show he didn't mean it like that, Your Honor?
I did not.
The record's gonna show that he doesn't mean it like that, bro. What the
thank
hell?
God. Thank God the record's gonna
Off the
show
hook, bud.
Holy Silas, come on, man. 2025.
All
right.
Just get some brain surgery, Your Honor.
Yeah, okay. Can I get some form of relevance to your question here, Silas? I know you're talking about a book written in blood.
Sure. Yeah, she's stating that the signature in blood, blood identified as Edgar's, equates to him writing it. I am attempting to establish that not every time blood comes out of you is on purpose or voluntary.
I'm sorry. Is your line of questioning right now attempting to say that like Edgar over here pricked his finger and suddenly wrote out entirety of a death declaration?
No, Your Honor,
by
my
just
line of
bleeding?
questioning is
Why is even the judges saying it?
That's pretty relevant, Oxby.
Yeah, I mean, if he gets that, I don't know that
Yeah,
he need
that-
to
so
ask that question. that
They
way.
need to ask, why do
I'm
you
going
refer to it as a
ask
dying
you to refrain,
declaration?
Silas, if
Why
not, I'm
is
gonna say it.
everyone allowing this?
I'll happily
It's actually insane. It's
Did you ever
like
ask
they've been
Edgar
talking
how
about a
his blood came to
unicorn
be on that book.
for 6
Kept
hours.
saying he didn't know anything about the book.
And I'm questioning if unicorns
Did he ever
exist.
claim to have any knowledge as to how his blood got on that book?
Nope.
Okay. Let's move to the action caption situation. As the lead investigator, you are aware of all evidence related to the death of Action Caption, correct?
Yes.
Can you please walk us through the evidence of that?
He was shot down at the lighthouse, and the murder weapon was found in his possession, which also led back to another murder. That weapon
Sorry,
had
just for
fingerprints on it.
clarification, the murder weapon that was used to shoot him down was found on who?
The victim.
Okay. Was that weapon documented?
Yes.
Was DNA found on it?
Yes.
How many people did that DNA come back to?
2.
Who did it come back to?
Edgar and Brandon Valentino.
Was there a video in relation to this as well?
Yes.
Have you seen the video?
Yes.
Can you identify anybody in it?
Nope. All we can see is 2 people. Well, 2 people and the victim, I guess. So 3 people.
Your Honor, am I allowed to reference communications on the docket in relation to this case leading up to this case?
As evidence?
Yeah, I mean, it's on the docket. Or just things to talk
Okay,
about.
it's on the docket, but it's not motioned in as evidence.
No, but it was communications in relation to this case regarding the contents and topics of this case.
Oh, speaking of which, I just want a sidebar, like 30 seconds.
All right, 30-second sidebar. Aaron, because you currently are acting as a
Might-
witness right now, I'm going to ask you to step down, but step away.
I mean, I might need her to confirm this. It's from the discussion yesterday about the video. I just want my co-counsel. Yeah, I just want my co-counsel to be specifically aware of which evidence was removed from the case yesterday. Yeah, I just want my co-counsel to know specifically which items not to reference.
Correct.
Aaron, come join us.
We just want to go over again which interrogations were removed from evidence, so my co-counsel's aware, because we're starting to talk about videos and stuff. I just want him to know. All right. That's all.
into the corner to do that at least. Thank you. Next to D.
Return to the mouse for others.
You part of this, Jacqueline?
All right. Thanks.
Someone remind me what we were just talking about.
Wait, if I turn into a new mass murderer, this new DOJ is going to make me commit terrorist acts. Oh no, I wonder.
Oh, the docket. No,
Oh!
docket, if you can reference the
Oh! This court case? Wait, is he in the back?
Okay, that's fine. That's why I asked. I didn't want to bring stuff up. All right, thank you.
Go ahead and ask your next line of questioning, Silas.
All right.
Wait, is he
there any other
here? He was
evidence,
here
in
yesterday.
relation to the death of action caption that we have not discussed yet?
Person
Like,
violates video
just
found
redacted,
guilty had
but
been
we can
tried.
guess it refers to it in that. It
Okay.
references it.
Yeah, I'll happily go back to that. Did you take any
Oh,
steps
yeah,
to
that's
actually validate
dumb
the words
as
in that
fuck.
book?
I mean, it's a bit hard to do that when the guy is presumed dead and gone missing for several months.
And yet
hence
you
why
questioned
Ken-
about him later, right? Where he said he didn't know anything about it. No?
As soon as he came back, we took him straight into interrogation about it.
And that is the same interrogation where he said he did not have any knowledge of the book, correct?
Yep.
Beyond that, did you take any steps to try and validate the words in the book?
Yep, I got a search warrant in regards to another claim on the dying declaration.
You got a search warrant from the book, but that's not what I asked. I asked if you took any other steps to try and validate the words in that book.
I mean, yeah, there was a claim about a body being in a house, so I got a search warrant and we found the body, which claims it was even more validated. I'm confused by your question.
Yes, you are.
What? Wait, Silas, that's not a response. Clarify your question, because the witness is confused.
All right, fine. Before writing up a search warrant based on this book, did you make any further attempts to validate the claims in the book?
We had an interrogation with Robin about it too.
What was said in that about the book?
Robin said that it was all true, and that Edgar apparently had come back from wherever he was, where he stated that it was purgatory and Norman Bones had supposedly killed him and stuff. And then he said that Edgar's come back a different man and is confused, basically.
He came back a different man. Is there any elaboration on that point from Robin or you?
I'd have to go with the interrogation again, to be honest.
That's all right. I won't make you do that. So the warrant that you wrote, you based it solely on the book?
There was like other factors too.
Which were?
Need to quickly look at the evidence.
Sure.
So it was based on Aaliyah's body being stolen, the dying declaration, and then Robin's interrogation.
Was my client ever identified to have any involvement or association with the theft of Aaliyah's body?
There was some communication from the marshal, Astrid, and then obviously the dying declaration admitted to it as well.
When Astrid was on the stand, did she say that he had anything to do with it?
I don't recall.
Okay, well, I'm sure the Honorable Grayson can refer back to that one.
Objection, counsel testifying. Want to ask a question?
Sustain it if you want. Doesn't change it.
Okay. Thank you. I'll refer to it in evidence during deliberation. Move on.
This is just what was told to me directly.
So you based a search warrant off of a book whose writer and signee that you could not validate, a theft of a body that you can't tie the supposed writer of the book to, and the words of a man who later came on the stand and said that he lied. Is that correct?
What's the question again?
You based the search warrant off of a book whose writer and signee you cannot verify, a theft of a body that my client has never been associated or had anything to do with.
Objection, compound, confusing, testifying.
Yeah, there was a whole lot of that. Silas, break it up.
Yep.
Yeah, they got him on that one.
Yep. Hitting all the check boxes.
The search warrant is solely based on the book, a theft of a body, and testimony from Robin, correct?
Yes.
Did Robin later admit that he lied regarding the book?
Not until yesterday.
So he did later,
On the stand.
right?
Supposedly, that's what he claims.
Yes or no will suffice.
Yes.
Thank you. Let's talk about
Imagine Aaron started going, huh? Huh?
Sorry, one moment here.
You're right.
Yeah, exactly. What? Oh my God, bro.
Let's talk about Mr. Montez. You familiar with that one?
Yes.
What were the circumstances around his death?
He got shot as well. Multiple times.
Did you find a weapon associated with those shots?
Yes.
Did it have DNA on it?
Actually, no, that's the wrong one. That comes back to the other one.
Oh, okay. So no weapon. Just clarifying. I'm not trying to grill you here yet.
There was
What?
casings coming back to a scene where Edgar was arrested, but that's about it. No weapon was actually found.
Was anyone else found at that scene?
It was like a big scene where people had warrants put out.
So the
No
answer
one was
is
no.
yes or no.
I mean, no one was apprehended at the scene, but they were like warrants put out. Like
Yada. So other people were found at that scene in addition to Edgar. Yes or no?
Yes.
Thank you. You call that a dying declaration, right?
Finally!
Was, yes.
Did you call it that earlier in your testimony?
Finally!
Today?
Yes.
I believe so.
Who's that sitting right there?
Criminal? Edgar Del Castillo?
Does he look dead to you?
Oh my god. Holy fuck, finally. Finally.
No.
One second, Your Honor.
Wait. Is he not going to finish the thought?
Aaron, why is it unfortunate that he doesn't look dead?
To prove that Robin was lying.
So that book is not valid based on the fact that he's lying?
Yeah, it's very valid, and if you listen to interrogation, it explains where Edgar was, and he was in purgatory.
Well, if you know he's lying, and that fact is supported
The
by
fuck
the
is a
fact that Mr.
purgatory?
Castillo is there alive, how is that book valid?
How are they not objecting?
You just said that the book, it is unfortunate that Mr. Castillo is not dead because it proves that Robin was lying. I am now asking you, based on the fact that it has now been proven that Robin was lying, as you just stated, is that book valid?
Yes, it is valid. Very valid.
How?
Because at the time, he was declared dead by Robin, who stated that he was in purgatory and had been killed by Norman Bones. It's not my fault there's some fucking weird shit in the city where people come back from the dead. I don't know
What the
else to say
fucking
about
hocus pocus?
So when it comes to the warrant you wrote, based on all the puzzle
Oh
pieces
my
we just
God.
laid out, you wrote a warrant based on a lie.
It wasn't a lie.
Magically come back.
You just said it was.
He came back from the dead.
Bro, which is it?
He came back from the dead, as I've stated multiple times.
So was Robin
Huh.
lying or not?
He was lying that it's a lie.
There is no way that any of that should be used.
Excuse me
Does-
of perjury.
does
Be
Mr.
careful.
Ferrer-
Robin, I will
have-
place you in contempt. Do not pipe up.
Does Mr. Ferreira have a medical degree?
I don't know.
Wait, what? Wait, why
You
are
check
the
your
lawyers
MDT
not
to see if it
challenging
does.
this?
How is this even relevant at this point?
Aaron,
I'm-
answer
I'm-
the question. Okay, are you objecting?
I'm
or
gonna
can we-
object to relevance. You know.
Thank you. Any rebuttal there, Silas?
Yeah, I mean, we've been discussing whether Mr. Ferreira has the capacity to declare someone dead or not, and whether it has been a lie or not.
Your Honor, I'm also going to object to the witness feeding the prosecution's co-counsel objections from the stand. I'm not going to tolerate that.
Thank you, Murphy.
I am so confused that we just heard testimony about purgatory, people coming back from the dead, and no one is like, objection? Yo, we motioned to strike her entire
Can you ask
testimony
the question again, Aaron?
because
Don't
she's
ask-
stating
Edgar, I just wanna hear it one more
that
time.
people are dying and
I
coming
first
back
asked if,
alive.
Mr. Ferreira
What is
held a medical
happening?
degree, and she
But
said she
which,
didn't
by the
know,
way,
and I
none
asked
of
if she
that
could
needs
please
to even
reference
be
her
brought up
MDT
in
check.
court to begin with.
The MDT is public knowledge and has been used in previous court cases as evidence.
They could literally win the case right here.
Wait.
Strike her testimony,
Robin was in no
bro.
way saying that he was the one who declared Edgar dead. Sorry, Mr. Castillo, even though you're sitting right in front of us. It was simply a declaration that he was the messenger boy for? No? I don't see why you need a medical degree for that.
Well, they previously stated that he said he had died. That Robin had said that Edgar had died. Sorry.
Because of this parchment. Robin.
Chat.
I believe
It was
Aaron
always
said
Could
that.
you imagine I make remove murder because everyone
Your
comes
Honor,
back
I
to
do see
life?
what you mean, but I believe
Yeah.
Ms. Carter said on the stand that he declared it. That Robin declared it.
It's actually
You
mind-blowing
are,
right
in fact,
now.
right, Aaron, you did say that. Would you? I'm going to ask for a point of clarification on that, Aaron. Did Robin Ferreira pronounce Edgar dead?
I mean, when I asked, can you confirm that he's definitely dead, he said yes, and his body will never
All right,
be able
then
to be found.
There it
Silas's
is.
question is relevant. Objection denied.
Aaron, could you please check your MDT to see if Mr. Ferreira holds a medical degree?
Negative.
Is he licensed to practice medicine in the state of San Andreas?
No.
So why would you take his word that Edgar was dead?
I mean,
Because he said that the body would
it's
never be able to
unrelated.
be found, so we wouldn't be able to take his body to a doctor to be declared dead by a doctor. Like I said before, it's some weird shit at the lighthouse. You know, I don't know how else to explain that.
Well, regardless of how weird it may be, he later stated in
How are we
this trial
entertaining
that
Hocus
that was a lie,
Pocus and nobody's
correct?
objected and struck the entire testimony?
I think so. I wasn't really listening properly.
I'm sorry, the lead investigator was not listening to witness testimony?
Bit hard when a lot of
Objection, you're
people are
just
talking over
badgering
there.
at this point.
Aaron, hold up. Yeah, there's an objection. Sorry, Oxby, one more time.
Is badgering.
I'm just treating
Your
the
Honor, we've
witness as
already,
hostile.
yeah, we've already established the witness is hostile, Your Honor.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, my fault. I missed the question.
Aaron, please. This is the last and final warning before I place you in contempt as well.
Oop.
Okay.
I'll happily restate the question.
I
Your
need
Honor.
everyone to take it down a few notches, and then we will proceed, or else I'll place this whole trial in a recess for 30 minutes just because I can. All right? Silas, continue with your line of questioning.
I'll happily restate the last question before the objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Although
I
will warn you, that is the
genuinely
one about
believe, chat,
the lead investigator
she's the
missing
lead
what he said,
investigator.
unless you'd rather me not.
Literally,
Not ask that one.
Okay.
Edgar
I know what your
can
intent
walk.
is. Go back.
They need to bring up the fact that in her testimony, she's talking about people dying and coming back to life.
You know, pretty.
Like genuinely, because keep in mind, yes, that those things are
Moving to my
happening in
next,
RP.
little
That's
tidbit I
fine.
got here. Just give me a
But it
second.
even should never have been brought up in by the prosecution.
You familiar with the scenario involving?
I'm
Oshira
actually
Petros
shocked
as a
right
victim?
now.
I wasn't part of it. I was informed about it afterwards.
But you are aware that she is a victim of one of the crimes that you were trying to push against my client today, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, but it's not weird. The prosecution themselves started talking about purgatory and coming back to life. All you have to say is, we thought he was dead. He's not dead. But once you start saying, yo, without any evidence, there's hocus
Give me a
pocus.
second to confer, Your Honor.
Now what? Or like, let's say you get murder right? You murder somebody, and then you said, I'll make a deal with Norman Bones as my plea agreement. Yeah. I'd like to call Norman Bones to the stand.
All right, sorry about that delay. This warrant we've been talking about, you said you executed a raid as a result of it?
Yeah.
What were the findings of that raid?
We found a Leah Court's body
Where was it?
in a secret compartment in the property.
And previously, when we spoke about the book,
I don't fuck with that.
Bring this up for point of clarity here.
This is a street name for drugs.
In response to one of my questions, you said it was demonstrated that Mr. Ferreira had knowledge about the. Or, I'm sorry, the book had knowledge about the location of the body, which gave it credence, right?
Yes.
And that book was handed to you by Robin, not Edgar, correct?
Yep.
So based on the possession of this book by Robin, which included what you say are verifiable details about the body's location, why did you not arrest Robin and push desecration of a human corpse on him?
Confused. Can you restate that?
Based on the pre-established stuff in this trial about the fact that Robin had the book, and the book contained details which you say matched the results of the raid as to where the body was, why did you not push charges against Robin for desecration of a human
relevance. We're not here in court for Robin today.
Sorry, that objection is very vague.
We're here for the charges present on Edgar, not on Robin.
Okay, Your Honors, is Robin not material to this case anymore?
He is. Yes, he is. I'm still confused a little bit though. One more time, Silas. Can you attempt to say the question you were attempting to ask?
Yeah, sorry. I know it's a long one. I'll go slow.
Yeah.
Based on the pre-established facts from this trial, that Robin was in possession of this book, and that book contained intricate knowledge of where this body was, which Ms. Carter has said was verified by the raid. Why were charges not pushed against Robin for desecration of a human corpse? This raid, and I'll elaborate, this raid has been entered into evidence and is now part of this case and has been.
I'm well aware. I am curious of the relevancy.
She is the lead investigator in charge of pushing charges relating to all this.
Are you interrupting the judge?
And as she stated, she has said it is unfortunate that Edgar is not dead. It is curious as to whether charges may not have been pushed for one reason or another versus other charges being pushed for one reason or another.
considering this is also relevant to the DNA being found on the gun, the AR, on Action Caption's body, I am also curious of this question. I'm going to say the objection is denied. It is relevant.
I will ask it again. Based on the fact that Mr. Ferrero was in possession of this book, and the book contained intricate details of where this body was, which were then verified by your raid, why did you not push charges against Robin for desecration of a human corpse?
It's an ongoing investigation at the moment. That's all I can really say.
Objection. Non-responsive.
That's actually a response. It was actually a good cook.
It is.
I still don't know why didn't they strike the hocus pocus. That's an auto W right now.
Wait. We're waiting on the
No, yeah,
response
sorry,
from
I'm
the
sticking this
judge.
one. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. Like, it is technically a response. Inherently in nature, if it is being looked into, that is a response.
Your Honor, the statute of limitations for this is over. How is it still an active investigation?
There could be.
Explain that.
It's a new
There
discovery.
could be a multitude
As
of
a
reasons as to why.
side effect of this case.
I'd love to hear
delay
'em.
discovery. If it is an open investigation, it is not what we're talking about right now. It is not part of this case. I think you've made your point, Silas, and I very much would like to move on.
Can do.
Oh my God.
Miss Carter, are you have you been involved in any previous cases that involve murder charges?
Man, I'm dying right now that no one is questioning Hocus Pocus.
Yes.
Like,
Have you been involved in any previous cases?
what
that
is
involve the charge
purgatory?
of serial
Do you
assault
believe
and
Edgar
killings?
died and came back to life? Literally, you could win the entire case by throwing out and bringing into question the lead detective. None of that needed to be testified on. It's insane that came out in prosecutor testimony. It was unnecessary. Now the card is on the table. Use it. Fuck.
Had one in court last week with James Callahan.
I think the thing is,
my ears are burning.
Were you seeking the death penalty from Mr. Callahan?
Negative.
Why are you seeking it now?
Because Edgar's allegedly killed multiple people, where James only killed one.
Are you aware of the People versus Lang Buddha?
No.
It was funny. I think James is actually here.
Are you aware that within the People versus Lang Buddha, he was
Oh.
also charged with serial assaults and killings?
Silas, she just said no.
Am I not allowed to reference public docket information?
I'm confused if she said that she is not aware of a case and you're asking for clarification on a
relevance.
case that she doesn't know about. Then
And
no.
how you charge on one to another, it doesn't make any sense. Motherfucker, they're talking about motherfucking lighthouses and
Request a
motherfuckers come back to
psychological
life.
evaluation of
Question
Edgar at
that.
any point?
No.
I'm thinking lighthouse is code word for drugs.
Think so?
Yeah, like mushrooms.
Mm.
Are you on Lighthouse?
You don't know?
No, they
I'm
didn't
sorry, the
used to
lead
have a problem
investigator
with
does
those,
not know
ghosts in the
why
jungle.
a psychological evaluation was not done.
I remember speaking to the DOJ at one point, and they were.
Yo, you lighthousing, bro?
About whether I had to request it or you had to request it. So I think that's why.
Yo, Lighthouse be lit, bro. Yo, you on that Lighthouse, bro?
Well, the answer to that is it would be you, but that's me testifying, so it's all good. One moment, Your Honor.
I want to so bad be like, are you the lead investigator? Yes. Do you believe in purgatory? Yes. Is purgatory in the a different dimension? Yes. Did
I
Edgar
am
die
going to
and
ask
come
the
back to
peanut
life?
gallery snickering in the back
Yes.
to knock it off.
Your Honor, motion to
Still one more, Your
dismiss
Honor.
the case with prejudice based on the officers testifying. They believe people can die and come back to life. You know what I mean? Like, it's crazy. It's crazy.
You previously stated that Edgar died and came back to life. Is that
Oh my God.
correct?
Thank God, finally.
Too early to talk.
I'm sorry. Do you mind speaking?
Yeah, Aaron, can you speak up?
Oh, sorry. I guess you could say that. That's the way Robin explained it to us.
Did you not state on the stand that you had heard that he had died and came back to life?
Yeah, that's like I just said. That's the way Robin explained it to us.
Okay. He died and came back to life?
As much as I hate all this lighthouse shit, yes, I do. I think he
What?
went to purgatory, whatever that means.
Oh boy. All right. Wrap that gavel
So-
up.
Yeah, can you elaborate on that?
Well, all right.
I don't know how much of that I can say because, again, it's part of an ongoing investigation.
All right. Your Honor, I gotta object to this at this point because if anything that's related to this case that they're technically still thinking about sometimes is off limits to ask about, that's going to be a problem.
No.
for-
That's not what the previous objection was about. The answer was that it's an ongoing investigation. That was a response to the initial question, that it was being looked into. Right. That's why I sustained the last one. This is not a loophole for any. Officer Carter.
Oh, does she? Oh, I think she needs food.
I think so.
All right.
I have. I got a bowl. Okay, thank you,
Does anyone
Flyrone.
have Norman's number?
She hasn't gotten back to life yet. She hasn't gotten back to life yet.
Robin, go ahead for your declaration, please, for the whole.
Ursula, give her some
Unfortunately,
space,
she
please.
passed out.
Yeah, you should have it in your phone
Unfortunately.
records, right,
That it wasn't
Robin?
pass away.
Wait, she passed out? Oh my God.
Seriously, you gotta jump.
That'd be
Hey,
fortunate.
Since Edgar's, in this case, does this mean Aaron passed away?
Your Honor, can I declare her dead?
Robin, I swear to God,
For the love of
pipe up
God,
one more
please.
time.
How many chances do we get? This is crazy.
Robin has popped up one other time. Sorry, what did you say, Violet?
I think it's like 5 chances you have. Yeah.
Yes, I'm
How we
well
doing,
aware.
man?
I'm very well aware. Nope. Trust me, I'm aware. That was one of the entire points of the defense. Yeah. Nope, you're good. I've told final warnings to the individuals who have gotten final warnings, Captain. Robin's only piped up one other time, and I told him to knock it off. And this is now his final warning.
I kind of want to get in on that.
Wait, I'm sorry, Your Honor. Was that directed at me? I thought I heard my name.
No, it was to
Oh,
Robin,
okay. Oh, I
who
apologize.
certainly knows better.
Can I ask what the punishment is?
Contempt.
Yeah, but like jail time?
No.
Or...
Yes.
Okay, everyone.
No.
Everyone
Officer
good?
Carter, are you all right?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay. Do you need anything else?
No.
Okay. Can you ask the last question again, Silas?
Yeah, forgive me if it's not verbatim, but
there was an objection, right, about if they're going to continue to use ongoing investigation.
talking
That
about
is
a
not
loophole, Your Honor?
Yeah, no, it's not a loophole to like a get out of jail free card to not answer a question. That was a response to the previous question. So that objection is denied because of why it was sustained previously. It doesn't necessarily mean it's going to work this time.
What was the question? You ever written
It's
down?
your question.
Yeah, well,
you were
she
asking
just
to
collapsed
elaborate on
and-
the purgatory.
Were you just in purgatory?
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Purgatory is under investigation.
I just wanted an elaboration on why you think he died, or the fact that you thought he was dead. So I'm putting a question for him. Could you please elaborate on the statement you made that you believed him to be dead?
Yep. The last time we saw Edgar was at a lighthouse when an explosion happened. We witnessed him going in the lighthouse with Norman Bones. And then after the explosion happened, Edgar's body never actually came out the lighthouse. However, his DNA was found inside. Edgar and Norman Bone never left the lighthouse. There was officers surrounding the outlet all the time, and like I said, never came out. It was literally an hour or so after that is when Robin approached us and told us that Edgar was dead and his body would never be found again.
So he has a bat cave.
Did you find his body in there?
Interesting.
No.
1 second, Your Honor.
Imagine a bat cave under a fucking lighthouse.
They need to really push this point, in my opinion.
Your Honor, no further questions.
No!
Thank you, Silas.
Yep.
At,
All right. State.
They brought it up to the line, and then they're like, I'm a chill, dude. What a blue ball. They should at least attempt to.
What a good faith is, belief is for me.
I mean, what we do every single day at this point.
Okay. So what would that look like in this instance when you were given the dying declaration?
Someone who is highly respectable attorney, who is very well known to in the DOJ, I guess you could say, comes with tours with some evidence, which coincides with more evidence. Yeah, I 100% was going to believe it, and so did Oshira at the time as well.
Okay. And you said that you found Edgar's blood at the explosion at the lighthouse, correct?
I personally didn't find it, but I do know it was found.
Okay.
I did not collect the evidence.
Okay. And you ran the dying declaration for fingerprints, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and those came back to Edgar?
The only fingerprints found on it was Edgar's and Robin's.
Okay, and the blood that was signed on there, it was signed with Edgar Castillo's blood, is that correct?
Yeah, so his name was signed, like, his name was literally, like, wrote in the blood.
Okay, so you ran that dying declaration through a full forensic cycle, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, the lab results are literally in the evidence too.
Right. Okay. And regarding that book, did you have any reason to believe that Robin wasn't telling the truth as he believed at that point in time?
That he was going to die.
Had no reason.
Would you say that Robin had a good faith belief that Edgar was dead at that point in time?
Yes.
Okay. So regarding the search warrant, was there anything that would have invalidated your search warrant based on the book?
Can you say that once more, please?
Sure. Was there anything, any evidence to show that the book was not the truth, not a true dying declaration?
No.
Okay. So regarding the book, when you got the search warrant signed, was there anything which specifically validated the truth of the book's contents?
When we found Aaliyah's body in Michael Stargo's property in a secret compartment.
And how was that defined in the book? Did it match 1-to-1?
I mean, I can read it off the journal, the dying declaration if you want.
Yes, the dying declaration. I apologize. So I meant.
Okay, give me one moment.
Sure.
Stated, so at first stated about Aaliyah being shot down at the beach. Then stated about Bruce Baylor being shot, which again we got the tape for. But then it said Aaliyah's corpse body was then stolen at the morgue and then transferred to a secret compartment specifically built to house such a corpse. The owner of the house is unaware of this compartment. Find Mikey Stargo and show him this. Tell him it comes from Edgar.
Okay, and when you found Aaliyah, her wounds and her state was exactly as described in the book. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, and based on Bruce Baylor, his injuries were exactly as described in the book. Is that correct?
He was unwilling to speak to us.
Okay, all right. Was there any evidence at all to discredit the validity of the book?
No.
Okay. Okay,
I
I'm
mean,
gonna
there
move.
was literally links to the murders too on the book.
Okay, but can you clarify that for me?
Yeah, the Halo Wild one. It says where. Hold on. It says Halen Wild was executed by myself in the cove north of the electrical facility on the east side of San Andreas. Witness the facts here, and then there's a link to the murder tape, which is exactly the location where I found him.
Okay. So based on the scenes that you followed, let me restate. So you followed up on every scene described in the book. Is that correct?
Yep.
And every scene matched word for word based on what is described in the book. Is that correct?
Yep. And in the specific order it was noted on the dying declaration too.
Okay, just to clarify, you investigated those in order, or?
Yeah, so it starts with Aaliyah at the top, and then it ends with AK at the bottom, and each murder or attack mentioned that dying declaration, it actually goes in the order of the dates of the incidents. It's like a timeline.
Got it. So the book is a timeline of admission.
So
correct?
this is huge. I still think PD has
All
the
of
case
evidence
right
that
now
the police has gathered have validated
because
that
I don't
timeline.
think the
Is that correct?
defense has done
Is there
another.
any evidence that has
the
been
the
collected
defense has
that
done
discredits that
zero
timeline?
job, in my opinion, to create doubt in Edgar being the writer,
As far as I'm aware.
owner,
I'm gonna move on to
declarant
the book.
of this document.
Regarding
And unfortunately, because they didn't bring it over the line, even in my mind,
state have a
if I was a judge, I would think this is a dying declaration because they presented.
But last I
Yeah.
heard is the only active therapist apparently got suspended or something.
Okay, and at the time of Edgar's arrest, did we have?
They
a,
didn't drive the point
active
home,
psychiatrist?
unfortunately. In my opinion, they could in their closing.
Okay,
but
and is there a clear?
Your Honor, I'm gonna motion to strike that. Active is not a very qualifying term in this case. Either there were or there weren't a psych department. Active is relative and not within our expertise. Opinion
I
of a
can-
layperson. Also.
I can rephrase. It's fine.
Yeah, I very much agree with Braun. Do you mind rephrasing?
Yeah, it's completely
And
fine.
we'll see if it's valid. And then if you need to jump again, Braun, feel free.
Okay.
Thank you.
were there any available practicing psychiatrists available at that point in time?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Is there a clear process for potential psych evaluations that the PD follows?
As I stated before, the legislation was really confusing. I spoke to one of the judges. I can't recall who it was, but they couldn't give me a straight answer either, which happens quite commonly, to be fair.
Have you ever,
Oh!
gone out of your way to try to get a psych eval for an individual?
Never ever done it.
Okay. All right. No further questions.
Your Honor,
Any-
my co-counsel just needs a moment, and
Okay.
and then we'll decide if we need to redirect.
Thank you. I was going to my next question. I will say we'll probably be going into a 5 recess after this before we move to.
I think it's
defense
pretty
witnesses.
50-50.
We will require perhaps even a bit longer of a recess.
Okay, that's fine.
Just to reconvene on the defendant potentially testifying, if that's okay.
All right. Yeah, just let me know.
All right.
We'll wait for Silas.
Like, I don't see.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I don't think they created enough doubt on the document. They like walked it to the rim and then didn't shoot.
Yeah, I thought they were going to do a little more there, but you're right. They quit almost at the finish line on that one.
Mm-hmm. The same goes with the coming back to life bit. They like walked it to the line. Then I mean, they could save it for closing, but that's kind of foolish.
Yeah, why wait till closing at that when they could do it there and then reference again in closing? Like they really could have gone a lot farther. I doubt.
I'm sorry to hear. I hope you feel better soon.
See a court recognizing superstition.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you run off of facts, evidence, that's superstition, like unanimously falls outside of that realm.
Well, even for show, they should have aimed to strike the testimony with the reasoning, so it's on the record.
Yeah, unless there's something you want to add.
Because it's going to force the judge to make a stance, which is going to affect your closing.
Yep, you are absolutely right.
Hello again, Aaron.
Hey.
In regards to what was said about the psych department and stuff earlier, did you ever reach out to anybody in the psych department for this?
Negative. As I stated
I'm
before,
sorry, I didn't hear that.
negative. As I stated before, the EMS said there was no active psychs.
Did you make any attempts to verify that yourself?
I mean, I trust my EMS, so no.
Is EMS part of the psych department?
They're part of the medical professional, so I thought they would have known, yeah.
Non-responsive?
What?
She responded. No, that's responsive.
It's okay. I wasn't fully confident.
That's
in
to the
either.
best
Don't worry
of her
about it.
knowledge. She's
Don't worry
answering
about
it to the best of her ability. Yeah, no,
it's
deny.
all good. Little shot in the dark there. Don't worry about it. All right.
It's very hard to even find a doctor nowadays.
It's okay. Any other questions?
You got anything, Murphy?
No, I think we're good.
We're good too. No further questions.
Thank you. Carter, thank you for your time. You may step down.
Your
Braun, do you
Honor,
know approximately?
yeah, if it please the court, we do request a extended recess before we call our declared witnesses, just to go over with our client anything we need to be clear on in testimony.
Could you give me an approximate?
Hopefully like 10 minutes.
Okay. I'm gonna say 15, just because we've already been at this for almost like an hour and a half. So if anyone needs food, now's the time. We'll be back at the 30 mark. The court
Thank
is
you,
in
Your Honor.
recess.
All right, let's
I'm gonna go find her.
Yeah, she needs to cool off. If you want to talk with they got
Yeah, I promise I'm not going to interrupt you, Ursula. Interrupts me constantly.
All that shit in the cell, fucking dog shit.
you can't let them do that, man. Get under your skin. She did.
Hi guys.
You have to keep composure.
Yeah, I'm very surprised. I feel like the moment they brought into, yeah, I believe he died and came back to life. They should have gotten so aggressive on that, and then it's like motion to strike her entire testimony. And if I was up there, I would have went like dismiss with prejudice. Like, quite frankly,
they were oddly not aggressive on that.
no, shockingly, because let's say in some,
if you don't mind, yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
let's say in some hypothetical universe, all this hocus pocus shit were real, right? You're sitting in a room with a judge that's not going to buy this Harry Potter bullshit, and you're telling them as a lead investigator, people are coming back to life and death, going to purgatory. There's all this shit. You didn't have to do any of that. You know?
No.
You're relying on they went in a room and they disappeared. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Does anyone need any food?
Yeah, I could use a little bit.
I don't know. It's
Devereaux.
I think as a consequence, it's gonna end up being very 50-50.
Hi Ava. How are
What was
you
the other
doing?
thing? There was another thing in there that was
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sir, do you have a drink?
Try not to focus on it.
May I have one?
Of course.
How are you doing?
I'm okay. I've been in and out of this thing, but all I can tell is it
put
is
it on your lap if
sassy.
that's all right.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry.
Perfect.
Let me just get past you.
Very sassy.
Good.
Oh my god, I could just imagine the questions. What county is purgatory?
Yep.
Is
Thank
did he you know, because they are, I think the key to that, right, is
I am not
I see now why they've been referring it to it as a dying declaration, because I don't think it was clarified until today, which is the inference that he believed he was dying at the time of writing, which theoretically doesn't disqualify it from being that. But here's an interesting thing. There is no legislation for dying declarations.
That's true. It's like a will.
Yeah.
They're not recognized.
Yes. We could get case law out of it today. And they could make a ruling based on that. That would be within their purview, without it being explicitly in. But like, I still can't get over hocus pocus. By the way, like I don't know.
That was you.
Yeah.
They absolutely
Well,
could
the
have
other
leaned in
EMS
on
that
that.
were on
I
duty
mean,
was attending another scene.
it's
Okay.
like I was saying before, and you mentioned that the court's not going to operate on superstition,
Yep.
right? And if they backed her into a corner enough, they could have motioned to strike her, testimony in its entirety.
Can you imagine a court case in which someone said that they got saved by baby Jesus from the plague? And the court was like, okay. Like, I'm just saying it's the equivalent, right?
Yeah, that is
like
an equivalency.
So, so officer, how did the victim, recover from the plague. Oh, I prayed to baby Jesus. They're like, oh, thank you. No further questions. Like, what the fuck?
I'm in the courthouse right now, and I'm around people. So let me, go somewhere where I can.
Yeah, there's so much more they could have done there, but
yeah.
And I think your assessment is right that it's a gamble to try and do that
No.
in closing
Take it
alone.
easy.
Yeah. The show is important to make the point stick, because the longer a court case goes, the easier it is for things to slip, right?
Yeah.
I've noticed some people also like rely on like, oh, it's on the docket, right? Like it's entered into evidence. You still have to highlight that shit. It's technically they highlight it at the end, but that's such a strange way to highlight it. Like do it during the case. You're painting a picture, not just, you know.
You can still reference it there, but it doesn't have the same impact. Like impact is what people
remember. Yeah.
It's very much a psychology of or psychological perspective of law as well.
Look, that's literally like the Speedy case.
Philosophical, psychological, yeah.
The Speedy case. The you were at that one, right?
Yeah, I was.
I took every opportunity to be like, was it a prop? Was it a prop? That's everything that people remembered. Meaning that when the judge went into the chambers, the question was it a prop in their mind, right? And right now, I feel like the question that they're putting in is that a dying declaration?
Mm-hmm.
And is the receiver of it on drugs?
They even could have gone. They could have even gone further, right, and expanded on. Do you know of any last testament or will, dying declaration that is recognized by the state? That answer, if it's not no, it would be I don't know. And
Yeah.
you could stress that point.
Deserved.
To my knowledge, dying declaration or a last will and testament, right, has never been recognized, ever.
Going back to the hocus pocus shit too. So the belief that he died and came back to life is he went in the lighthouse and then didn't come out. Okay, fine. That's the first thing that you think? Right? You can just say, I thought at the time he died, it turns out I was wrong. We don't know what happened to him. That's it. That's it.
I definitely have a feeling that this.
Oh, there, Mr. Chavez.
Hey, I'm in the courtroom right now. So I only got like a couple minutes while we're on recess. I don't know if it was clear over my text message, but when I said protest, what I meant is in the bail docket itself, where the bail filing is, there should be I would have whoever is like the concerned party, right? Whoever's handling it to like when I say like put a petition in there, like, you know, either via appeal, either via like a motion or whatever, say, hey, this bench trial's happened and such thing occurred. This is again such and such thing. We want this overturned by a higher circuit, which exists in this case, right? There's 2 higher circuits. And then subsequently in their motion for a writ, a mandamus. And then that would be separate from an ACR and impeachment.
And who's the one that's actually going to rule on that?
Which one? The first bit?
Well, exactly, yes.
Anyone that's not a magistrate would go to the next one up.
You have to understand that I just heard from a justice in Danielson that says that he doesn't agree with it, but it's within her purview to do that. and that she was also backed, apparently, as her own words, by Justice Grayson in this decision. So you have two at the highest level. So what am I hoping to accomplish by that?
You know what I learned, Bailey? You don't do these things during conversation. You do it by official documentation. Took a while for me to learn it. And the reason I say that is, like, I can tell you that, you know, I got a 9-inch, you know, ego. You know what I mean? But until I officially show you, it doesn't mean shit. Make them take an official stance. I mean, you know what I mean?
I have tried that. We've tried for 23 days now to get an official stance on a letter that I wrote.
That I can tell you. To be fair, that one is being looked at. But
I'm also
when
waiting
I say
for the
official
stance on delayed discovery for charging Mr. Robin Ferreira. I just supposedly have it 24 hours. And we're going up on the 24-hour mark now.
Interesting.
I'm sorry, but my faith is dwindling right now.
You're talking to the man that lost faith a long time ago.
Well, I was supposed to regain faith because we have a new DOJ. What I heard today is that there's supposed to be no more hand waving. And that is exactly what is happening now. And that they want to base things back in legislation. There's nothing in legislation now. That was a pause.
How to go on there slow.
When I say it should be done officially, it should go on the docket.
Oh, sorry.
And then make them reply
It's all good,
with an
don't worry
official
about it.
response.
Yeah, I'm just filming.
Absent
as
that, any next step becomes impossible, right? Because you don't want to get into a situation where, okay, let me give you an example, right? You haven't gotten a response yet. The lack of response, despite having a delivery, gives you the avenue in which you can take a next step, right? ACR, impeachment, whatever. In absence of replying to the docket, in this particular case, and relying on a conversation, you have nothing to... Imagine you went and did some filing. It'd be like, well, we said this, and then anyone could just be like, well, that's not what we meant, right? You need the either lack... You want to put it on the docket, because either there'll be a lack of response or a response that you can then do something with. It's shitty. You're not wrong. But, you know.
My hair has been going in circles today from the Department of Justice, Mr. Chavez.
That's been the last 10 months for me.
More
So I
so
get it.
today than ever. The level of ineptitude that I have observed is second to none. Is it disappointing? Yes.
Yeah.
Could those things be done in an official manner? Absolutely. The people
Wait a
that are...
minute. You're coming back. Holy shit. You're coming back, Bailey.
You know when you joked upon the fact that you said I should have been the Chief Justice and I told you that there was none?
Yeah.
Maybe I should have actually done that.
Eventually, who said you can't?
We agreed upon it to spread it equally. I was all for that. Because I knew that my availability and things was not going to be the best.
Why Carmine just walk in shirtless?
It's disappointing. Anyway, yes, I can get an official response.
Okay. Look, I don't want to underscore what you're saying. I just don't really have much emotions left. And I, you know.
I understand.
Yeah.
You've been through this enough.
I know where I know where it ends up landing each and every time. Conversations, they're meaningless, right? And I will say, and I think it's important to outline this, is over the last 9 months, I have learned that everyone's got to hear not everything is perfect. I'm going to give you an example, and this is an important thing that I got to point out, is that there is some egregiousness on the other end of the spectrum too, right? I have built a avenue by which PD can get some of the changes they need. Like, I'm going to give you an example, right? There's conversation over the VAF, what makes a vehicle violent or not, right? What is the line? Like if it's an interference. I explained that it's a half a page bill now. Change the sentence, right? Sometimes these conversations, because here's the thing. You and I have conversed, and you've gone off and written legislation. I've gone off and written legislation. We made change. Action comes after it. The sad reality is 95% of people just want to bitch and complain and have something to do, which is the
No, I
kind of
understand.
And,
Believe me.
Yeah.
I fully understand that. And if you think for a moment that I'm not a man of action, then I would hate to say, which, like I said, I don't think you all to think that, but would say if someone thought that, they're mistaken.
Oh, I believe it. I think everyone's got to put their fair share forward, right? Because, it's hard work. It's boring work, but everyone's got to contribute. Otherwise, the entire system kind of falls apart. But I'm glad you're involved in this. And if you need me to mediate or whatever, please do invite me to these things if needed. I think it's good to have like a third party.
Well, I have limited time in the next 2 days that will actually be around, but some things have already been put into motion.
Yeah.
I would say yes.
Yeah.
We'll see what sort of response we
shit.
get. I can't be there for
Yeah.
all of them.
Mm.
The same thing as Turner asking me to lead a legislative unit here, which was upon y'all's decisions or discussions.
I think that's like a good idea. I mean, I'll say that I provided a mandate where in the next week or so, I'm actually going to try to train the rest of my cabinet, members of high command, to write bills. And then I'm expecting that to go down to command as well. And that's kind of the direction I'm trying to lead things, is we need to, transparency is important. And every member of society understanding that they have a democratic say in things. If a tow driver thinks that something needs to change, they should have a clear path by which to present a solution. And then it's up to the people to decide whether they want it or not. So,
where it goes to the people, they sign the petition for it, and then it gets heard. It gets heard by the Department of Justice, which we've had the same conversation of lack of faith there. So that tow truck driver that you're citing went through all that work, and maybe it's valid, maybe it's not valid.
It's funny.
What I'm saying is that these things are overseen by individuals that don't understand them themselves. That's the issue there, Mr. Chavez. I don't want to call the governor. That is not my thing.
Wait. Say that last bit again. I lost you.
I said I don't want to call the governor because that's not my thing. I don't need to do that.
Before that.
Oh, that the actual petitions and things that we bring up here are overseen by those in the Department of Justice. Right?
No, they're not. No, no, not anymore. No, that's changed. The way that it works now, take a look when you get a chance. Myself and Michael cooked up a new system. It's the bill system. Legislation just went into effect, I believe, yesterday morning. And what that does is it makes
which one's this?
You'll see it on City Hall. So
I have it open there.
Yep. So previously, if you wanted to push something forward, you had to write some like long ass document, right? A bunch of bullshit in it. That's why we got like 100 pieces of legislation in there. And so the barrier to entry to making change is incredible.
What's the name of it? I don't see anything. Last one I see here is 421. Are you saying it's on the government website or the actual legislation? Like it's been passed?
Let me see. Oh yeah, it's passed. It's passed. The one from Wednesday. Yep.
Once again, what's the name of it here? The first one I have is the Gimme Act.
Legislative proposal process. So
the only one I see here is December 20th.
No, November. Wait, what do you mean? Wait, are you in City Hall?
I'm within the legislation tab on MDT.
Oh,
You're saying I need to be.
Oh yeah, you can do that, or on the government website. So take a look at bills on that, and the long and short of it is, and I can sit you down and explain it. But previously, you know the template that you had, right?
Yeah.
So that template was good at a point in time. When we wanted to do something like, I don't know, like they had the wheel clamp legislation, you'd have to write like a huge fucking document just for that. But as time has gone on, and like we've now reached like 100 pieces of legislation, it pretty much creates a situation where the common person cannot reasonably understand what the law is. So I've been pushing for the past month plus, and we've now gotten into place. Is two things are happening. One is the consolidation of legislation into singular documents, split up into articles and sections. So common areas of law should be in one thing, right? 100 pieces of legislation turned into 30. But in addition to this, the bill system makes it so that, let's say tomorrow, you wanted to make it so, like, for example, we're passing something where law enforcement needs to, upon a traffic stop, cite their name, badge number, and the reason for the stop. In other words, as a prevention of people's rights being violated, where the reason for the stop changes post facto, right? Because there's no way to know that. And so let's say you want to put that in. You put in bill number 5678, and the bill implementation would be the addition of a handful of sentences. So you wouldn't even need to push the entire thing out. And the structure of the bill is so short that in half a page, any member of public can propose that forward. And then it would be reviewed by the legislative authorities. DOJ has no control over that. The people run set the law. So
I have to read through this.
Yeah. I'll sit you through it. But yeah. Anyways, I think this
that was recent because I see amended 426.
Mm-hmm.
It still has the initial posting there. It's
Apologies
December
for the
20th.
delay.
That's probably why.
Case is about to start. I'll talk to you soon, yeah?
Take care.
All right. Bye. By the way, this was probably
All right, I'd like
recorded.
to call us back from recess.
Oh.
I saw Carter still
Yeah,
outside.
I just
I'm
know
speaking
it's a
to caller.
camera over here.
Yeah, I'll go grab her.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You want to
Oh,
say
I
hi?
have to. I've been told I have to contextualize the text message to you. Hold on.
All right. Okay.
I'll text you there, and we'll talk soon. There.
All right. Talk to you soon.
Take care.
Bye.
Alrighty. Defense, we'll be moving into your witnesses now, yes?
Yes, we will, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Who will we be starting with?
The defense would like to call Barrick Bucky Barnes Johnson to the stand.
And take the rest out Silas. Thank you very much.
I knew she was there the entire time.
I'm pretty sure that is on
Which
the
is
record now,
why
so I would like that.
I
language
was
changed.
very-
Anyways, so you can swear him in.
That's my dad. Notice how I was talking the entire time.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury? So help you, Airborne.
I do.
This witness has been sworn in, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. All right, Silas, you may begin the first line of questioning.
Hello, Barrick. How you doing?
Doing just fine. How you
I know.
doing?
I am good, all things considered. So, you aware of charges and incidents that are being discussed today? Yes.
Yeah, there's a reason you let her. I am very transparent.
relation to this case?
Everything we do is actually so above board that, like, it makes our current presidential administration, I think, would make them sweat.
What was your decision on whether bail should be granted or not?
we believed, given the severity of the charges and given his little bit of history, that, you know, and given how things have been, or how things have been up until this point, obviously within the state, then should be granted bail, but also could potentially be a flight risk. So decided to test I guess you could say, a new bail condition as well. In that form, it was house arrest.
And how did that house arrest work?
Objective relevance. None of this is in regards to any of the charges he's facing today.
Any rebuttal, Silas?
This is the opinion of a person who directly handled whether my client spent time behind bars for these charges or under house arrest for these charges.
Right, and his determination was because it was a flight risk, so house arrest was developed. The explanation of house arrest, I don't think needs to be.
I'm happy to
explained the
withdraw
court.
that and just keep going then.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. At any point, did my client violate the rules of house arrest?
Not to my
Again,
knowledge.
objection relevance. It's not related to any of his charges. We're not talking about how he's been, why he's been on bail. That's already been established. He's not broken bail. That's already been established. I think you're calling him at a wrong time, where later on he could be used as a character witness. And I think now's not the time, to be honest.
Oh! Questioning for like a sentencing hearing.
I am inclined
God
to
forbid
agree.
a man lay some foundation, but I could just get right to the meat and potatoes if you want.
You can certainly try, Silas, but yes, no, Aaron's right. The validity of Eric's response to that kind of a question would only actually be appreciated in the open form if the death penalty is being considered. Objection sustained.
You've been attending the witness testimonies today, Barrick?
Yeah, I can't say I've taken in all of the knowledge and everything word by word, but yeah.
Do you recall a mention of a Norman Bones?
I do.
Objection relevance. It's nothing to do with the charges he's facing today.
Norman Bones was mentioned unprompted
Your Honor.
by Erin herself.
It's
so-
nothing to do with
Silas, guys,
it's nothing to
guys,
do with
hello,
him.
hello, hi, hello.
Hello.
The back and forths doesn't happen. Please. It is one of you speak, the other one rebuts, and then I can determine if I want to hear another thing. It's
Bring
not a
my
back and forth
mans, he ain't do
conversation.
shit.
Oh my God. Okay. I need, again, we just had a 15-minute break. I don't know why we're already escalating tones. It's not even been 5 minutes.
I'm just asking questions, Your Honor.
I understand, Silas, but you also started with the tone. Braun, you are going to interject. What were you going to say?
I was just going to reaffirm that Norman Bones was mentioned as being present in the fire at the lighthouse, in which my client supposedly died or didn't die and came back to life or didn't come back to life.
That's an excellent point.
Yeah.
There's no evidence on the docket to state how Berwick's even involved with anything to do with Norman Bones or Edgar, except that he was a judge who.
It doesn't
declared
matter.
him
He's laying foundation.
If you let us get
Your Honor,
there,
just
then-
because it's not in the prosecution's evidence does not mean that that we cannot, utilize it.
Well, it is. It's in
Can you ask-
testimony
Silas,
now.
Ask the question one more time. Barrick, don't answer it.
The foundational question.
It was, well, first it was, have you been in attendance for the witness testimonies today? And then he said, yeah, he was here and
Yes, yeah.
may not have heard every little thing. But then I asked,
And the mention of Bones, right?
yeah, I
And
said,
then
do you
there was
recall
objection of
recall
relevance.
witness testimony on Mr. Norman Bones?
I am curious how the intention of that kind of an answer would help with defending your client against the charges being brought him today. What is the relevance? Specifically in relation to how to defend your client against these charges.
It's a foundational question.
It is asking him about someone that he has alluded to in bail conditions and who has also been mentioned not ad nauseum, but definitely a little bit by other witnesses. It's already in scope, Your Honor.
And whether the prosecution likes it or not, witness testimony is evidence.
I agree with you. I'm not arguing that. I'm just trying to make sure that we're staying within the wheelhouse. As things are being
Well, the
talked about.
prosecution said that they're going to leave if you allow it, so they don't agree with it.
Thank you, Holland.
Oh, spicy.
I'm sorry. Can you say that again, Carter?
I'm so confused what Murphy means.
Yeah, I'd like clarification.
I know you're confused.
Murphy.
Damn.
That hasn't been said by either of us, so thank you very much.
Yo, pot 2 of this
I'm
has
about to
gotten
start
spicy.
handing
I'm not gonna lie. I got my
swear to God.
popcorn over here.
Your Honor, if I may.
Yes.
Oh shit.
I do not intend to keep Mr. Johnson up on the stand any longer than he needs to be.
Okay. I have every belief in you. He is your witness. But I am also getting very deeply confused about why he's up here in the first place.
To be asked about things that have already been brought up in scope.
You're asking questions about while he's been present in this court hearing today.
Yes, I just want to make sure he heard the things that were brought up in scope so I can ask him about it.
Got it. Okay, that helps a lot.
Sorry.
You literally just need to say, "I'm laying foundation, Your Honor."
Isn't that a personal?
I know.
I'm confused. When has that ever been a thing? I'm really confused right now.
I think it's just so he doesn't have to reiterate, or else he would have laid the foundation. It was a point of clarification.
Sure.
Aaron. All right. I'm going to entertain one question, Silas, and if I feel like we're just going to pull this whole thing, we will. Okay?
I don't intend to go down any rabbit holes, Your Honor.
I swear to God. Thank you. Go ahead.
Does this question stand? And then can I ask my one other one?
Yes.
Okay. Barrett, the first question was, do you recall any testimony about Norman Bones today? You don't have to say it. Just want to know whether you heard it, because you said maybe you didn't hear every little thing.
Yeah, I heard him mentioned once or twice.
Okay. 2 questions out of the way. Thank God. Did Norman Bones come into any consideration during the setting of the bail conditions you mentioned?
As far as I recall, it was requested by the prosecution during the bail hearing that Mr. Castillo have no contact with Norman Bones nor Dr. Isaac Smith.
Do you know why they requested that such specific request?
I do not.
Was Edgar told to avoid any other people or places?
As far as people, I do not believe so, or I do not recall. As far as places, I believe the only documented place was the lighthouse.
One moment, Your Honor. As the... you know what? Nah, I'll just leave it. Don't worry about it. I don't want to waste anyone's time. No further questions, Your Honor.
All right. Fantastic. State, please cross.
No cross, Your Honor.
Fantastic. Barrett, get off the stand.
Thank you.
Thank you. Defense, I would like to have your next witness, please.
The defense calls Oshira Petros to the stand.
DOC, when you're ready.
Could you please raise your left hand?
Oh my God.
Tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury. So help you, Airborne.
Wait.
I do.
This witness has been sworn in.
Oshira
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, Silas, when you're ready.
testifying. Kind of fucked
Nino,
up.
how you
Kind
doing?
of fucked up.
I am
You're
good.
not here to support her.
Sorry, I feel like there's stuff going on in my head. Are you related to any of the incidents or scenarios that we are discussing today?
I believe two. I was a victim for one, and one of the investigators or marshals on duty for another.
Which one were you a investigator slash marshal on duty for?
I believe specifically was the Matthew Colby apprehension, which is where Mr. Edgar de Castillo was witnessed entering the lighthouse.
Yo, nah.
Okay, and the other one you were a victim for, right? Just clarifying
Correct.
that. Okay, can you walk me through the Matthew Colby one?
Listen,
Yeah, I was
chat 20
responding
subs,
to a
20 gifted
radio
subs in the
transmission
next 2
from,
minutes. I'm
Mr.
ascended.
Carter about seeing a couple people around the lighthouse.
It's devious,
I believe at
is
some point
it?
She gained eyes on. I don't remember specifically if it was Matthew Colby or some of his known associates. They were all at the lighthouse collectively as a group. We moved in. We watched Mr. de Castillo.
Oh
enter the
my God,
lighthouse,
bro! This might
and did not come out,
this might be.
to our knowledge, at least.
Do you think this would?
Did you ever find Mr. Castillo's body in there?
I did not personally know.
Do you know if
Oh, wait, they're
his
talking about the
body was
lighthouse.
ever recovered by any other officers on scene or responding?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, 1 second, Your Honor.
Oh my God! All right, okay. Nearly there. All right. Lord have mercy. Wait, why am I not getting kick alerts? Oh my God. Wait. Oh my God. We didn't have this on.
Okay.
Effort! Thank you for the 3 months. Durin with the 3. Tween with the 3. Jonas with the 3. Cat with the gifted sub. M with the 3 months.
Can you walk me through that one?
Anguish with the 3 months.
Yeah.
Holy shit. They've been off all day.
As a marshal at the time.
Quinn
had a
with the 5
fairly
gifted
heated
sub. TG
exchange
with the
with
5
a
gifted
civilian
subs.
Previous to that moment, I decided to go out
And
to
I think we had another set. Oh my
that
God.
part of the
I've been
island.
wondering.
It's a bit personal. For some reason, I just feel very drawn to the area.
Crows,
I like
thank
to
you
go
for the
there and camp
10.
And metaphorically speak
Wait.
to my father who has passed away. And Mr. de Castillo.
Yo, let's see what
was
he
there
says.
with a one Bobby Bell drum.
Bro.
They asked me what I was doing there. I told him as such. Mr. de Castillo pulled a gun, aimed it at me, told me to tell my papa goodbye, and then everything went black.
Okay.
I sent it. Yeah, I just sent
How
it.
did you two run into each other?
Completely happenstance.
Okay. Was there any sign of Edgar being around you beforehand, following you beforehand, anything?
No. Myself and Mr. de Castillo were fairly cordial. We were neighbors in Polito. I feel like we had a pretty decent rapport.
Okay. You said he pointed the gun at you before you shot it. Was there a time period?
She's so
between the pointing and
brave.
the
I
shooting?
know.
There may have. To be honest, that's a bit hazy.
Okay. Do you remember any observations you made of Mr. Castillo when it was happening?
He definitely seemed off, in the sense that possibly a little bit more high strung than I've normally seen.
It's like you
him,
don't even
and
care
he
about her,
and I have had
McNulty.
many
She's not worth your time either.
interactions, He definitely did not seem like himself in the moment.
Oh my god, dude.
So you remember that
Nah.
look, that visible distinction, correct?
Oh, absolutely.
Allow me to get out of the way here. When you look at Mr. Castillo today, do you see that same look in his eye?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Just one moment.
There ain't no way. He's definitely not responding to this. God tier stir.
No further questions at this time, Your Honor.
All right, very well. Oxby, do you have anything for Cross?
One moment, Your Honor.
You're fine. Oxby, Carter.
One moment, Your Honor.
Oh, look, there's Turner.
Wait, where?
Turner.
Jesus. You know, McNulty's on duty right now. Where is he?
I don't know. Feel like perhaps he should be here.
Yeah, kind of confused.
She is an expert at having a look in someone's eyes.
No cross, Your Honor.
Yo,
Very well.
dude.
Thank you, Oshira. You may step down. Defense, have you decided if Edgar will be testifying?
Yes, Your Honor. The defendant will be taking the stand.
Appreciate the concern, but thankfully she's a lot stronger than most.
Of his rights and what that means.
How'd you have next time we
Very
need
well.
counseling?
I have no other witnesses, I believe, correct?
I've already.
That is correct, Your Honor.
All right.
Don't worry, I'm here.
You may approach.
Right, I'm. It's all good. I got it. Yo, wait, hold up.
Your Honor, this witness
Uh,
sworn in.
Thank you very much, Flyron.
Welcome.
All right. Defense.
Mr. Del Castillo, how are you today?
Oh shit. I'm actually. Wait.
Mr. Del Castillo, you just heard the testimony of the previous witness, Petros. She had mentioned that you did not see him yourself. Do you have any idea what she might be referring to in that regard?
I have some ideas, Senor Murphy.
Okay.
But I recall the day like it was yesterday's. So much so that something
yo, hold on.
was slightly incorrect.
Yo.
I did not.
Could you
wait.
clarify that for the court?
I did not tell her. Say goodbye to your papa. Her papa is dead.
Wait, hold on.
She went there to speak to him.
I don't have my
I will send her to
therapy
him
license.
so they may speak together. However much they pleased. It was then when I showed her.
Wait, hold on.
So you admit to the shooting?
I have sworn here to tell the truth. I showed her.
Okay, so if you're admitting to the shooting, then Mr. Del Castillo, forgive me. Why did you plead not?
I got you. I'm a
guilty to start
therapist.
these
I got
proceedings?
you. No, that's too lame. Hold on.
May I be frank? Even though I am Edgar.
Yeah.
The Edgar that says here, not guilty, was not the same Edgar from several months ago.
Wait, hold on.
That is why I saying that.
And referring back to my first question, could you elaborate on your notions about the testimony of Miss Petros, about you not being yourself?
Senor, I don't know if anyone here has ever been overcome with grief. But it is enough when the feeling is pure to drive a man mad. I was there at the lighthouse not for Oshira, but because I was seeing visions. I believe.
What kind of vision?
This will be absurd to some. In some places they call it possession. But it seems as though a demon and a specter was following me, speaking to me.
Yo, no, that is fucked. I am not doing that, chat.
I began to believe in these
No.
visions.
We're gonna let it lurk for a second. Hold
As
on.
much as you believe that you are standing in this room here now, I believe this demon, this specter, could do things. One of which was to send Oshira face to face with her beloved papa.
Wait,
who is
what?
dead.
So are you saying that you were overcome by this, what you just described at that incident that she testified to? Shooting you admitted to?
See, I was not there for Oshira. I was there to speak to this specter and vision.
Okay. And what other effects did this this specter, as you say, have on you during that time?
When Aliyah Court
Oh shit.
was killed, I could not go on, as they say. And I was told of rumors and legends of things happening in the lighthouse. And I spent every night and day over there until this thing appeared to me and began speaking to me. Whether he is real or a figment of my imagination, I know not till these days. But I was promised that Aliyah was not dead, and she will one day be there if the necessary rituals were carried out.
I'm sorry. So you were in grief about Aliyah Court, the woman you were accused of killing?
This is correct.
And why are you in grief about her?
Because oftentimes you don't value and understand something until it is gone.
Okay. So was Aliyah Court a friend of yours? What's your relationship to Aliyah Court?
She was a person that was very dear to me. And the memory is almost something sacred.
All right. And the prosecution is definitely going to ask this, so I'm going to jump in front of them. Did you kill Aaliyah Court, Mr. Del Castillo? Do you recall that?
Oh, fuck. Oh, shit.
I did.
Okay. Forgive me, Mr. Del Castillo. You did just mention she was a friend of yours. And now you've admitted that you killed her. Why kill her if she is a friend?
Senor, she was more than a friend. And I till this day cannot answer myself why I did it. I was in error. That is why I
You were.
forsook.
Oh, sorry. Continue.
I forsook my heart and instinct and made a mistake. I cannot speak beyond that on the matter.
All right. That's fair. You may be asked to in cross, but I'll move on at this point. So this event caused you to feel a great deal of grief. Is that correct to assume?
I could not go on living as it were. I disappeared for 2 weeks after I fell ill. And I spent every night and morning looking in the lighthouse, praying and dreaming for the rumors of what occurs there to be true. And for it, I was ready to pay any cost.
Okay. I do just want to clarify one thing about the previous line of questioning, if I may. You said that this was an error. Does that mean there was an accident? That it was a mistake? What kind of error?
It was a mistake.
Okay. Now, Mr. Del Castillo, we are going to have to address and refer to the video evidence against you. Some of it here. I've
Bro,
reviewed the video evidence.
this could go any way right now, dude.
Which one?
The video of the two shootings, not the one that was from very far away, which is inconclusive, but the videos where, frankly, you are definitely present.
I know of the videos, senor.
Okay, so I would like to refer to the. Let me just get the exhibit here. Okay, I would like to refer to the Dr. Wild murder tape exhibit.
Go ahead, senor.
Okay, Mr. Del Castillo, again, I can't mince words here, that is very clearly someone who looks and sounds like yourself in that video shooting another person. Could you give us a rundown of how that transpired, if that is in fact you?
It is as you see in the video, senor. What exactly do you need clarification on?
Well, again, we are pleading not guilty of these charges against you today. So I guess I'm asking, why do you feel you're not guilty of this crime?
Senor, as I have said, the Edgar today was not the Edgar from those days. I can hardly recall everything was just the whirlwind of pain and suffering.
And again, I'm not a psychologist, so I'm going to try to keep this as basic as possible. So you're saying you pretty much during that whole period of time felt difference, overcome by something? Is that what you're saying?
Cease.
And on that topic, before we move on to the other video, you know, when you say you were a different Edgar, you know, who is Edgar today? And, you know, maybe who was Edgar before Aaliyah Court? Explain that to the court.
Senor, I believe a man's actions is a better judgment of who and what he is. After the domino of Aaliyah Court fell, there was many things that followed that were the actions of a possessed and depraved man. Today, since my return, I believe there is proof of the contrary. Not even a jaywalking ticket can be cited, as well as my behavior, whether it was in police custody initially, in house arrest when I was chaperoned by officers, or up until this moment, which has been over months, on bail.
Okay. And do you feel remorse for what happened to the victims in this case?
Of course, senor. That is why I am here. That is
And
why I
have
have
you
not denied what you have asked me.
And you know, forgive me, Mr. Del Castillo, your word, you know, I take you at your word, but why should the court believe that you're not still this same psychopathic entity that did all these crimes? What should make us believe that you've changed, apart from not getting a jaywalk?
Well, senor, again, only thing I can cite is a man's actions. Hitherto, my being here, my willingness to continue in wanting this court case to proceed, even when hours before my lawyer was told to be indisposed. I have not come to hide, to escape what was done, but instead to atone for those things that I did do, but also to not pay for the ones that I didn't do, which I have heard plenty here today, with all due respect to everyone here.
Okay. Um, again, I'm not a psychologist or a priest or anything like that, so I don't want to assume anything about the nature of your condition. But given that you felt like you haven't been yourself, have you made any steps to better understand your condition, whatever that may be?
The psychiatric department, which apparently is not in service, is actually in service, and I personally have been seeing psychologist Pixie. I sought her out. I have sought out religion. There are certain members here with Kiflom that I have befriended, and I seek their counsel regularly.
Okay.
The lighthouse also is not a place I visit any longer. And the specters and visions that once haunted me no longer plague my mind and my spirit. They no longer have a hold on my intentions.
And do you believe in these spirits still, or?
I know I saw and I heard what I heard. Whether they were the figment of my imagination, whether it was a product of my grieving spirit to manifest these things before me, hallucinations, I cannot answer. I'm not a doctor. But this thing I heard, I tell you, it followed me. Sometimes in the lighthouse, sometimes atop a mountain, sometimes inside my own casa. It would enter and speak to me. It would bode me on.
Has this presence had any claim over you or interaction with you since you stopped going to the lighthouse, as you said?
Since my return, I have been free of this thing. Although I feared that there are persons in this room that perhaps suffer or will suffer the malady that plagued me months ago.
And while we're still on the subject, it's been testified in court today, Mr. Del Castillo, that you entered the lighthouse and there was some kind of fire, at which point you were declared deceased before later returning. Is there any way for you to fill the gaps in understanding there? Do you recall anything that happened? If this did indeed happen and that was you, I think your perspective on this would be very helpful.
If they say I enter, but when they open, I know in there. It could mean only one of two things. That one, the officers who saw me were in error, or that there is a different passageway that they are unaware of.
And can't believe I'm asking this. Do you recall ever dying, Mr. Del Castillo?
Senor, if I was dead, I would not be here.
Yeah, and you certainly wouldn't be facing charges. I'm going to confer with co-counsel before I proceed briefly, if that's.
That's all right. Thank you, Bron.
Do you want to lead cross? Do you have anything? Like, I can do cross afterwards. I have a couple of things, but at the same time, you know more of this than I do. This is gonna be your time to shine, dog. Straight up.
All right, perfect. Turning it over to co-counsel, Your Honor.
Very well.
Hello.
Thank you.
Hello, Edgar.
Hola, Silas.
I would like to ask you about one of the other incidents that's being discussed today, and that is the one involving Mr. Bruce Baylor. Are you aware of this incident?
I am aware of it.
Are you aware of the video of this supposed incident?
I am aware of it.
Could you walk us through that video?
I took Mr. Bruce Baylor over to near the lighthouse where this demon would appear. And I stood him upright. And I gunned him down with a Kalashnikov. That is a AK-47, senor.
Mm-hmm.
It was done as an advertisement for a gun trading operation that I believed at the time I was setting up for Aliyah, whom this demon promised me was alive and would return.
Did this operation have a name?
Oh my God.
Aliyah's Armory.
Oh. Oh.
And on mention of the promises of her return, would this operation lead to that? Was that your belief?
I'm telling you, I was convinced that the dead would walk
Oh,
again.
yeah.
Though now that I have regained my sanity, I assure you that when a person or thing has passed away, it will never return. Much to the contrary of even officers here who believe I was dead. I was possessed and believed in this spirit, this hallucination.
Wait, I don't think we should reply to this. I think that was good enough.
And that was what willed the
I kind of want to, but I think it'd be a little too
setup
much.
of this operation.
I had nothing else to gain from it.
Did it will the shooting of Bruce Baylor?
It did, senor. It was done to appease this
20 subs for another stir? Oh my God.
the specter on my shoulder. For every time such an act was committed, I saw him again. I saw visions even of a little specter that followed him.
No.
A dark bird. And if this sounds insane, well, I don't deny that was my mind state at the time. Grief is a funny, terrible thing.
Just to clarify on that last bit you just said about your mind state at the time and how it sounds insane. You believe that you were driven to the point of insanity at that time? Now, in hindsight?
Senor, if a man genuinely believes that the dead can rise again, then he is mad. That is a fact. When something is dead, it will never return. Ever. And I wish I had known that then.
One moment, Your Honor.
that was really, he kind of cooked on behalf of the lawyers.
Mm-hmm. I agree. I think this is also, they could have done more earlier.
Yeah.
Darren, you remember?
No further questions at this time, Your Honor.
Very well. Thank you, Silas. Thank you, Murphy.
Thank you, Your
State.
Honor.
We
We're
just
ready
need
for
a few
cross.
minutes. A few seconds.
Okay, now I got some time. Do we reply to this? I don't think so. I think that was like good enough. That was such a stir, dude. It's yeah, dude. This is the most. It's, I feel like that was already perfect. The response does nothing.
Hello, Edgar.
Hola.
So,
Oh man.
before you was claiming that you're a different man back then to who you are right now. Is that correct?
Can you speak up just a little bit, por favor?
I mean, you could call it a stir, but it's kind of true, right?
You were saying before that you're a different man back then to who you are today. Is that correct?
Because first Nino is like, you know, hey, your county.
You've
Now
already
it's like, bro,
admitted
your
to
wife's
some
here.
of
What the
incidents
fuck?
which is noted in this supposed dying declaration. Is that correct?
What do you mean?
The note which was given by Robin.
Can you say the question again from the top? Excuse me.
Said you've already admitted to some crimes today which were already noted in a dying declaration. Is that correct?
A dying declaration implies a man has died. I reject the
objection
question in the way it
non-responsive.
is. I don't. It's an incorrect question.
I'm gonna object to scope. We didn't talk about the book or the dying declaration, whatever she wants to call it, or Robin
Very
Ferrer or any of
true, Aaron.
I can reword it.
You okay?
So you speak about Aaliyah Court today and how you murdered her. Is that correct?
I have said it.
Did you ever lay Aaliyah Court to rest?
No,
Why was that?
because I was convinced she would return.
And to your knowledge, where was Aaliyah Court's body kept?
Should have been in police custody.
Give me 1 second.
Oh shit.
I'm supposing they weren't ready for that answer.
Yeah. Yeah. I wonder how you justify this though. The biggest crime in Blaine County, it's all LSPD except for Remy. Like that's crazy.
Did you ever aim to harm?
That's a
Bruce Wayne?
snapshot right there.
Naturally, I shot him.
Did you ever try and get Bruce Baylor medical attention?
I don't think so.
Did you ever try and get Aaliyah court medical attention?
Medical attention when?
When you murdered her?
I did not.
Why was that?
I'm not in the habit of striking someone down, then hovering over them to give them treatment or drive them to the hospital as some are apt to do in this city.
Did you ever attempt to call medical services?
I have just told you, no.
How close was you to Julio Montes?
Relatively close.
Do you know how he died?
I know parts of how he died.
What do you know?
I know it was not I who killed him.
Oh shit!
Did you witness his murder? You need me to repeat the question?
I would appreciate it.
Did you witness his murder?
Yes and no.
Can you elaborate how you mean yes or no?
I was in the area, but it happened so fast that by the time I realized what took place, he was dead.
What did you do after you realized that he was dead?
I thought the demon would have been pleased if it was me.
What the fuck am I What the fuck am I listening to right now? What the hell is this about? What the hell is any of this? It doesn't make any fucking sense.
You stated before about, and correct me if I'm
What the
I
fucking
did not
demons?
kill Yuels Montes, if that is what you're asking.
What do you mean
The
demons?
evidence will point to that.
as I was saying. Correct me if I'm wrong in using the phrase in here, but you said something along the lines of giving offerings earlier for earlier court. Was Julia Montez one of these offerings as well?
The fuck do they mean demons?
Let me know if you need me to repeat the question.
Michael.
Repeat the question.
Was Julia Montez one of the offerings you mentioned earlier on?
Welcome back.
I wanted him to be, but it was not me who killed him. You see why it's difficult to answer.
So, if you were so close to Mr. Montez, why did you not try and get law enforcement officers involved?
I told you I was relatively close.
Again, why did you not get law enforcement involved?
Why
would I
he
have?
doesn't need to.
Did you even attempt to call medical services to save your friend?
He was dead. I promise you.
Did anyone declare him dead?
Him not breathing. His pulse having quitted. And being riddled with bullets was clear that he was dead.
Let's move on to the next one. Dr. Hayden Wild. What does this individual mean to you?
Oh shit.
I don't understand what does he mean to me.
Were you ever friends with him?
No.
How did you both come into contact with each other?
Oh my god, there's a knife in here.
The natural state of circumstances. Coincidence.
There's also a video in regards to his murder where you identify him as a whisperer. What does the whisperer mean to me? Or mean to you?
It means when someone speaks below their regular tone of speaking. That's what he called himself.
And you stated in his videotape that something about talking about business which doesn't involve him. What did you mean about that?
It was always yapping. Excuse me. Whispering
Whispering. Oh.
about things that it didn't concern him and making too many wild guesses out of his business.
Have you seen the video?
briefly.
Gates mentioned someone threw a knife over the
Can you
metal
tell the,
detector, so there may
court
be
what
a
happens
knife
after you stated
in the courthouse.
this is what happens when you do this?
You can hear gunfire. And then the whisperer falling to the ground. You watch carefully, you will see a black ooze coming out of him. You will then see the words flash collected.
Wait, Flatch collected?
You can also see you with a class 2 weapon. Did you pull the trigger that day?
No.
Sure about that? If you need to refer back to the evidence, you can do.
I wish I could see it here right now. You will help me remember. Can you pass me a tablet or something?
Let me just jog your memory a bit, see if you do recall. So basically, in the video, you can see you pointing a class 2 weapon at Dr. Helen Wild. You then make the call out to point and then shoot, and you can see the same gun which you're holding shooting the victim.
Okay, but what was your question?
Do you recall doing that?
Can we see the video? Can you give me a tablet so I can look?
Pretty sure it's all in the docket. I can give you the evidence.
1 second, please.
It's gonna be the People's K. You need to know the exact timing. It's when you state kill this Pendago.
Pantejo.
Sorry, do you have some food? No, all I have is secret guns. Like, I only have 1 meal left.
You can hear my voice give the order.
Try and get some.
Oh my god.
Why did you make that order?
To appease that demon. Another soul collected.
Okay. Did you bring Dr. Wild to that location?
I did not.
Do you know who did?
I do not.
How did you both come into contact that day?
I arrived and he was theirs.
Did you arrange to meet him there?
I don't recall.
So, according to evidence, as stated earlier, the gun which was used on Halen Wild's murder scene also came back to AK's murder scene. Are you aware of that?
I am not aware.
You know how your fingerprints end up on a murder weapon?
AK was a dear friend. It is customary among friends to share. Sometimes we pass water bottles to each other, sometimes a cigarette, and sometimes a coite.
Are you aware that AK's fingerprints were not on the weapon?
I'm not aware. Perhaps you didn't check good enough.
You keep claiming about this demon, spectre, I think you called it, and you claimed that you've been having psych evaluations with Dr. Pixie, I think you said. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Why was none of this added into evidence?
Oh, 100%. I brought it up. I brought it up to McNulty, and he was like, "Well, we got different people." It was like the most like non-answer ever.
But you're trying to.
Which is why I told him your
of
wife is here testifying against the assailant, and he goes, "She's a strong woman."
You don't even believe right now. You say demon.
Like, it doesn't matter. You replace her with your friend, and it's still the same
Perhaps you
point.
don't believe in these things.
Objection, non-responsive. I've asked a question, he's not answering it.
Go ahead, ask again.
Ask your question again. Adam.
He said that you're claiming some sort of insanity today. Why should we believe that?
It is up to you to believe or not to believe. What I'm telling you is a fact.
In one moment.
Well, Mr. Castillo, how are you doing today?
I'm doing. Go ahead.
Okay. You earlier stated that you have not even been cited for jaywalking since you've been out of house, correct? Is that or house arrest? Is that correct?
I believe so.
Okay. So you've not broken any laws or had any interactions with law enforcement officers?
Your Honor, compound question. Those are two completely different questions.
Okay, I'll ask him separately. So you've not broken any laws since getting out?
I have not been cited for any law break. I recall being pulled over once for maybe driving.
And she was getting less support than a dirty dead cop.
He just gave me a slight warning.
Yo, crazy, a dead cop or a got it.
With my
Yo.
parole officer, with the entire department, as a matter of fact, and I've been subject even to drug tests on the fly.
Okay. You earlier stated that you're here to atone for your actions, correct?
See, to pay for those that I did commit. Although there are several that I am innocent of.
Okay. And you stated that you went to the lighthouse of your own volition. You made that choice. Is that correct?
I did.
You know what?
Just a couple more questions. You claimed that you went to the lighthouse and stated earlier that it would have been two things: either the officers didn't see you come out, or mistakenly went in. Sorry, or there's another exit. Is that correct?
That is the only two logical explanations.
And where was you for the 2 months you was missing?
On an island.
What kind of island?
One that is very isolated.
Did you go to this island alone?
See?
Did you ever attempt to contact any of your friends or family back home to make sure to ensure what's the word? To inform them that you were safe?
No.
Oh.
Why was that?
I didn't want to.
Were you able to leave the island at any point?
See?
Give me one moment. When you was returned to Los Santos, do you remember what happened?
I recall waking up under police custody in the hospital.
Do you remember what kind of injuries you had?
I recall being in a lot of pain. I would ask you to refer to the doctor records.
It states that you had stab wounds which had burns inside. Do you know how you got these?
That is an old wound of mine. Going back several months. If the court gives me permission, I will raise my shirt to reveal my belly button. And beneath the hair rising up to my chest, you will see scars. Would you like to see it?
You're all good. Don't worry about it. There's a lot of people in here.
It's kind of crazy. Wait, did I ever text him on this?
And obviously, we went into an interrogation, and we spoke about all the
Oh.
crimes you've admitted to today. How come
Did he
you
do
didn't
it?
admit to them during that interrogation?
Do not recall.
Oh, shit!
Just, I think this would be our last question. Earlier on, you mentioned
Now,
offerings.
Nino doesn't.
In regards to
Nino doesn't
you ever
necessarily
make a record
want something
of
bad
these
to happen to Remedy, right? It's not a personal thing, but rather this is Nino saying, let's stop having endless meetings and complaining and do something. Now, Bailey did something. The rest of PD needs to start doing this something.
Would appear.
And if they don't know how to do it, then they need to learn how to do it. And if they can't do it, then they have to figure out how to do it because it's a part of their fucking job. Right? Justice is a job of magistrates plus or legislative authorities. No more of this like, I just want a pog farm. Right? You got to, you know? And I think that's good. That's a good first step.
Followed me around. I saw these visions in my house. I saw these visions atop mountains. I saw these visions in the lighthouse.
All right. We have no further questions.
Thank you, Carter. Thank you, Oxby. All right, Silas, Murphy. Any redirect?
Yeah, I got some. Edgar, earlier in your testimony, you said that when you initially went to the lighthouse, it was of your own volition. Is that right?
That is correct.
Was it of your own volition to become possessed by this entity and be driven to madness?
I don't believe so.
When did he say that?
Well, that's it from me. Miss Murphy, you got anything?
Nothing further.
What the hell?
Very well. Edgar, thank you. You may step down.
May I say one last thing in closing?
You may.
I have heard some ha-has and some hee-hees in this courtroom regarding that place. It seems there was at least one person with sense who put it in the bail stipulation. But I would urge and beg of everyone to stay away for whatever plagued me. If it was somehow outside of me, it may appear to them. And they will not laugh and ha-ha hee-hee if this thing were to come for them. I am just grateful that this thing is rid of me. That is all I have to say, and I thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Edgar. All right, it is the mind of this court that will be moving into closings. State, defense, do you guys need time to prepare?
I need a moment, Your Honor.
Very well. I'll be putting
we
this
could
into a
take a
brief.
recess.
Yes, a brief recess. We'll be back at the 15 mark.
Congratulations. Only once this time.
What happened?
I meant you.
What did I even
Trying
say?
to talk to me only once.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you said like, "Hey, Ursula." It was like not too long after the last break.
I don't remember that.
I do.
No.
I giggled and, was like, "Well, I'm not talking to him. I'm recording."
Oh, you're working, right? I've heard that before, not just from you.
Yeah.
Heard that one before. Work. Yeah, okay.
A little salty.
Work. Yeah, okay. That's a good one. It's a good one, Ursula.
Hey, I actually do this, for the love of the game.
Oh, I've also heard that one before.
No doubt.
Jesus Christ.
What?
None.
Oh, I thought you were trying to talk to me.
Man, this could really go either way, huh? This really could. This really could go either way.
Are you seriously lighting up in the courtroom?
What are you talking about?
I mean, I don't give a fuck, but you're saying this could go either way when he literally confessed to almost all of
Apparently,
the
a
things
dead
that were on
deputy.
the charges.
No.
Um,
Go either way. Let's go either way.
Hmm.
He didn't mean to do those. He didn't mean to do those.
Yeah, that
He
doesn't
didn't
make
mean
you not guilty of it just because you didn't mean to.
don't want to defend it, but we do need people responding to calls, checking in least. I mean,
It might get dropped down.
brother,
Degree, but that's about it.
having
No, he didn't
people
do it. He didn't do it.
happen in their backyard.
Purposely being a tool, or are you just like born that way?
What do you mean?
You didn't do it. I mean, come on.
He didn't. Well, I don't know. I mean, I could say I did something,
Yeah, but if you're confessing it on the stand, like
Shit, I lied too.
while under oath, they're going to,
Quick question.
I don't know. I mean,
Case.
you never know.
They're not rearresting Mr. Castillo, right? This is just.
You know what I'm saying? Usually, you don't. You don't know.
At a certain point,
He spent a lot of time in.
they are literally.
If he is found guilty in this case, what
why?
happens?
You don't.
Why do I even bother
Does he go
dealing
back
with
to
you?
Bolingbroke, or does he go back to house arrest, or does he get the death penalty?
Don't mess with Opal. Hold on.
I'm not sure what he's on now.
We'll be
God.
back.
I don't think anything is.
That's cool. You
either.
stay.
I don't think anything is off the table per se.
Is he or is he
Um,
on bail?
He's on bail.
Why does one?
Yeah, I mean that's usually how it works, right?
Well, interesting case.
Case comes, you're on bail, you have your case.
I'm looking to see.
I think it's a mentality issue.
Turnout.
Yeah. Anyways. Sorry. Say again.
So it's been an interesting case. I'm looking forward to see how these closings turn out.
Yeah, I'm really curious about that too. Like, I wonder if they were expecting Edgar to testify this way.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I want to see what kind of drugs they got at the lighthouse, because it sounds like it's some real fucking good shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, imagine smoking that shit and be like, oh man, I see fucking dead people. Oh fuck. Oh wait, the movie How High? I think there's a scene about that. They like smoke like a massive joint, and I think so. It's been like years since I've seen that movie, but
I want to say you're right.
yeah.
I'm not typically one to like rewatch movies that often, so.
Setting up for something.
Um,
Said as well as an off-duty officer.
kind
I
of.
wonder if they got like salvia.
It's a bit of a complicated case.
That shit would make you see crazy shit.
To be honest, this hocus pocus being referenced is going to throw a wrench in for both parties. If I was the defense, I would strike all of Aaron's testimony. Point at her being a lead detective, and then state she claimed Edgar died and came back to life. That in and of itself may discredit the entire investigation. On the flip side, Edgar pretty much is claiming only killed one or two, but he was influenced by demonic powers, aka insane.
I know. That's, and I think enough blood's been shed, to be honest. Yeah. All right. Thank you. Just letting you guys know. So if you, just be safe.
Oh, definitely. I hate to
Well,
ask, but do you have any food left?
Yes, I do. Of course, of course.
I have like an.
There is none.
You know, I find that if you
Mine.
eat a lot of good food and feel very strong, metabolism seems to go faster. Maybe it's just a.
I mean, she doesn't need to consider an insanity plea.
It's okay. Yeah, Justice Arcadia says the court's covering it.
Oh, okay. All right, good. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate it. It's like old times.
Only
Keeping me fit.
Just like old.
hold weight on
Do you know
what is it? What time? On
No, I don't think it's the same. I think it's someplace else. But if she's opening a cat cafe,
that'll be fun.
The memories. I might just get.
Since there is no evidence of insanity.
I cannot even believe, looking back, how many hours I spent behind that counter.
You and me both. You and me both.
It was good times, though.
Good times, yeah, definitely. A lot of.
Okay. Sorry, Chad, I've been ignoring you guys. I've been like hyper focused in.
No, when it was the heyday, that was way more fun.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Had a lot of people, and everybody was like. Customers would come in and bring, shenanigans, and
yeah,
this is always like.
This is gonna be a close one, Ursula. It's gonna be a close one.
Yeah.
And then incidents like this where you have to wonder if somebody's gonna throw a Molotov or get a machine gun in you or something.
Yeah, that's the unfortunate thing. Hopefully.
Hey, Danger.
Huh?
You want to go do some lighthouse later?
I'll double check.
Dude.
It's a new drug in town.
Bro, I want whatever shit they're on. Man.
Oh, I could go for some lighthouse.
Yo, I heard that shit gets you fucked up.
Oh, it's super hallucinogenic. It's like some brainwash level drugs, like DMT with LSD kind of level shit.
But Nino, just think about it, right? If you want to just get away with stuff you're doing, you're in some deep shit. Go there.
Yo, sorry.
Pass away. Come back. On my life, you'll end up with a warrant still.
Hello, how's it going?
Hi, Betty. Hey, what's going on? Maxwell, you can come with me.
Wait, why you still wait? Hold on. Agree. Wait, what's her name? Oh my god.
What?
What?
Are you familiar with football? You familiar with that?
Yeah, I'm familiar with
Okay,
football.
so against the Packers, right? Like a few years ago, Tom Brady threw one of the biggest
Football.
throws in like the fourth quarter, right? Third down. And it was said to be the worst pass, one of the worst pass in NFL history. I think Aaron is related to Tom Brady in that sense, if you think about this.
Mm-hmm.
I think she is. It's tragic, yeah.
Hey, how you doing? Not feeling so great. That's all right. In a court case for the better part of the day. It's been interesting. Yeah. I need 1 second, okay? Actually, I'll call you back.
Opal. Hey, you see me over here? Can you come over here? Oh, can you come over here? All right. Come over. Thank you.
Hey, Opal, look at your text message.
Who you got on?
I would like to call everyone's
Oh.
attention at this time. There was a threat made within this courtroom, and I'm going to ask that everyone who is currently in this room to step out and go through the metal detectors, and then if they wish to remain for closing, to come back through the metal detectors once more. This will be observed by law enforcement, but considering the threat that's been made, we have no other choice.
Oh.
Just as a point of clarification, is then counsel and the defendant?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. In that case, Your Honor, I do ask for a little more time
What the
to
hell you
prepare
looking at?
No,
closing.
of course. Absolutely. I think everyone should be understanding considering the situation.
Sir.
That's my favorite part of the song.
from
outside.
It's
You gotta
fine.
walk
We
out
just
and
have to.
back
We just
in.
all got to go
In
back
case
out
you
and
need
go
some.
back in.
Thank you. All right.
It doesn't make any difference if I this thing.
Is nobody tucked away anywhere, right?
Nothing on this side.
Nino?
Oh, I'm sorry.
God
my
damn
eyes
it,
are
my
having issues.
plans
I
are
apologize if I
foiled.
bumped into you by accident.
No, back of the line is that way, darling.
Who's the guy over here?
Oh.
Wait,
I
please stop
am not
coming
seeing
in.
too
Just
well, I
wait for a
apologize.
moment. Thank you.
Am I at the
Sir?
back?
I'm coming.
Okay, great. All right, one at a time. Please come through. Do not come
That's such a
It's Judge, which one's Ursula?
The one talking to the judge.
I'm gonna go grab her, remove her.
I'll ask.
All right, thank you.
Is Ursula going through as well?
Apologize? She's
okay
going
with
to
a
be
pat
patted.
down. Yeah,
Yeah,
'cause
she's going to be
I'm
pat
kinda
down. Yeah.
live, so feel free.
She consents to the search.
I do.
Mm.
Yeah, that's fine.
That is sus.
I'm just gonna frisk you at this.
Yep.
Okay.
Interesting.
Just
Do
gonna
have
check your pockets.
I have one baseball bat and my brass knuckles on
Oh.
me.
Yeah, yep, you do. Do you mind if I just take a look at those particular items?
What the fuck?
Your Honor, could I have a word, please?
You can only speak
Yeah,
with
I
me
am
if
a member of
the state is also able to
cabinet,
approach.
I just need to
that's
take a
why I'm
nap,
able
that's
to bring
all.
weapons in.
Oh, you're fine, Silas. Go right ahead.
Wait!
Okay, so baseball bat.
Shut up!
Is that all right with you? She's a baseball bat and knuckle dusters.
Do you want to do some lighthouse with me later?
I am live on air right now with a baseball bat and knuckle dusters. So if
Okay.
anything happens involving those and my person, then you know I did it.
Considering what the threat was, that doesn't fall within the vein, so I'm fine.
Cool.
Sounds like a.
Which mayor's office are you part of?
I'm part of Elena's. I'm in
Nino's?
her
Okay.
cabinet. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. I apologize.
I'm Lord Chamberlain of spreadsheets.
All right.
Yeah.
We don't. I would instantly.
Daps up, Connor. Yo, what's good, baby? What up, dog? How you doing? Yeah, that's right. Hey, in the bag. You know what I'm saying? You're in the bag. What?
You're in the back. You just said you're in the back. Oh, I said you're in the back. I mean, he admitted to it, so I would hope so. Oh yeah.
I learned this recently.
Say, is that why you're so fucked up?
If one of my cabinet members brought in weapons, courthouse, and said, no.
Doesn't feel like that's the vibe that I'm getting so far.
Ursula.
Yes.
What do you do in the cabinet there?
Oh, I'm Lord Chamberlain of spreadsheets, so I do spreadsheet work. It's basically anything she wants me to do, but I'm going to be assisting with a new endeavor for profiles of people. I do a lot of different things.
Turner.
And you said it was for
my man.
Out of there. You said it was for Nino's.
Oh, it's Princess Elena. I'm in Blaine
Princess
County.
Elena. I thought you said
Yeah.
Nino's there. I
No,
misheard
no,
you
no,
there.
no,
I
no, no.
apologize.
Yeah, it's Princess Elena's cabinet I'm with. I have a invested interest up in Grapeseed, and
I see.
you know,
Okay.
and I'm a spreadsheet girl. She needs it.
Well, spreadsheets are important.
Yeah, most people don't know how to pivot table for their life.
Shake him down, Turner. Shake
I'm
him
gonna
down.
take a seat. I'm gonna take a seat, actually.
Yeah, we should be all right in here. We're all good now.
Okay, just gonna.
What's her name?
It's not a promise. It's just what's to come.
What was it? What's her? Oh, Ursula. Thinking of her other name. Ursula. Oh, wait. Be like this? Oh. Oh. Wait.
Give you my closing so you can see it.
Ursula.
What?
You're doing great.
I hate you.
All right, I'm done bothering you until it's done.
Yeah, I'll believe it when I see it.
My how do I might go so
Did you say quarter past? You said 15 minutes past, right?
Nope. Nope.
We had to get everyone out, so we're being patient with a couple extra
What
minutes.
do you mean?
It's been 6. I understand.
What do you mean you had to get everyone out?
Well, they moved everyone out for there was a risk or a threat on the courtroom, so that everyone walked through the metal detector again and then come back in. So that was our little.
Wait, who's what's her name, chat? Who's the new person? Cyane. Cyane. Fuck, how do you spell Cyane?
I am going to that you can highlight that as evidence, right? Or lack thereof. But I think this is the narrative
This is Cyane, who I just got keys for today. As an example. Yo, the stir, bro. I mean, it's not really a stir. This is sus as shit.
Oh fuck.
Bro.
Hold on. Hold on.
What is this?
Did you hear that?
Yeah, Cyane just got added.
What the? Okay, hold on. I'll do it again. I'll do it again. Okay, hold on. No, I'll do it again. I'll do it again. I'll do it again. Oh, you just made me embarrass myself in front of everybody. You know what? I'm not coming back. I'm leaving forever.
making notes on your phone.
Wait, I don't know if I'm gonna say that.
I'm just gonna focus on all the people's whatever.
You should ask Aaron and Maxwell about her if you're interested. Ask about what happened
Isn't the time up? I'm not sure what's going on.
in DOC and the DNA situation.
Sleep standing. Sleep standing.
Sure, you're not wrong. Dragon plays for some, maybe. Maybe that'll help.
Oh yeah, no, of course we do.
Aaron does. There she goes.
I do, but I'm in the courtroom and I just.
Yeah, but we're not in court right
Yeah, I forgot what it was. They said like some of it.
I understand, but it's.
Oh.
10 extra minutes.
That's what I'm asking you if you knew pretty much. I only knew a little bit.
I have a theory, but I can't tell you until later.
Oh.
Yeah.
Just gonna tease me like that?
Yeah, I'll tell you tomorrow.
How dare you? You're gonna make me wait too. No.
Well, do you think we're going to get a verdict today?
Yeah, it's gonna be a couple hours though.
Yeah, well, I'm going to be fast asleep.
Fair. She said that she's gonna do it same day. She doesn't care if it takes 2 hours, and she expected the whole thing to be a minimum of 6 hours. So if it's 2 hours from now, it will be 6 hours.
$30 or like 3-day? Wait. Oh, I think I remember this. So this may have been reason for a few crash outs a while back. Understandably, time where a doctor outran a warrant as well. To be honest, that kind. No.
Are we just waiting on Silas? Is that
I don't
it?
think so. I think we're waiting on the judge. Yeah, let me try.
The state is ready whenever, Your Honor.
I appreciate that. I think I just see Silas still, and I was going to give him 3 more minutes. Unfortunately, he had a bit of a headache, and considering his condition, I'm being patient.
Understood. No problems. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm not patient.
That's fair.
I'm sleepy.
Yeah, I don't feel that tired. I slept for the first time in several days last night.
That's good.
Yeah. I'm not as grumpy and sad now.
If there was
We're good. And look, I'm here now.
if there was a way to track
I don't think people understand.
sort of thing, I would be all for warrants being extended. Outrunning, I just don't know. I don't know if she did, chat. We shouldn't say that. I don't know details. I was far removed.
Hey, are you able to bring food to the courtroom? I'm kind of hungry right now. I'm not gonna get... What? Dude.
The bailiff has food.
All right. Oh shit. Okay. Hold on. You're good. Oh shit. Okay. All right. Well, that means I gotta get up. All right. No, it's okay. It's okay. Oh. Fuck. Dude, there's no way. Dude. Oh
Yeah, you gotta.
Please.
You need
Grab
someone
me.
to grab you from
Grab
the
me.
other
Grab
side.
me. Someone grab me, please.
Not it.
Oh my god. Thank
Oh, now he's gonna be stuck.
Oh no,
No,
bad
it's
idea.
Okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's good. It's good. I'll come back for you. I'll come back.
Silas.
I'll come back.
Okay, come back for me, please.
Do you need help?
Yes.
Yeah.
How are you feeling?
Can I get like 30 seconds? Is that okay?
You can have 30
just reading it
seconds.
over. Just reading it over.
Yes.
That's all.
Yes.
Chat, I need wait, Gemini. Make a
go. Of course, of course.
Mashallah.
Ruby, is Erin okay?
What?
Erin, is she okay?
Yeah, this is quite normal. This is very normal.
Hey, Gravy, come here.
Okay, okay. Must be a prosecutor's tactic.
Yeah, she's just it's Pilates.
Oh, okay.
All right, I am ready.
All right, very well. Before closings, I'm going to ask that State Defense please approach the bench.
We would have to check with the client on that, but I'm pretty sure, yeah. I understand. I was just saying to my client that I would not, as a judge, former, I would not want to be the judge in this case. So
They're gonna try to rep. This is Rip.
yeah, he just asked me about this. Let me double check. So if the you know, if the the what am I trying to say? The sentencing stuff, if that were to happen tomorrow or another day, would your people be able to appear tomorrow for that? Okay. Okay. I'll just have the judge do that. Diego and Officer Vigre.
Wait, what the fuck? I'm already signed up for Midjourney. God damn it. Motherfucker. Journey. Unless my subscription ended.
What was the first name again? Diego?
Imagine someone smoking a joint. However, the joint looks like a lighthouse.
Okay, so we just need to confirm with two people who are here, Vigre and Diego.
I have it already, bitch!
They can be here tomorrow if you just want to ask them.
Literally signed up to this! Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
No shot. Oh.
Oh, no reason. Diego. Diego, where you at? You good to come back tomorrow to, you know, if they're sentencing to speak on that tomorrow? I don't think we'll get to it tonight. Okay. Yeah, 6 Eastern. Can you ask V Ray?
Anyone know where Gray's at? I'm like squinting right now.
He's not in here right now.
B Gray?
Okay. Thank you. Six Eastern. Wouldn't you said? Okay. All right.
Staying up, no verdict tonight. So
Yay!
yeah, you
And
can,
then,
you can go veg if you want.
and then tomorrow they're doing an open floor, so basically you can speak for or against his punishment, basically, because obviously the death penalty's on the table.
Right.
Wow, I wish I'd known about that. There's so many people I could have called with the lives that he's damaged.
Yeah, I mean it'll be tomorrow at this time, so
I know, but I need to sleep and
fair.
otherwise
mean, it's-
I would have called all of AK's gang.
Yeah.
I might see some new doctors that want to speak on behalf of the doctor who got murdered too.
Yeah.
That's a good idea.
Stacy was one of them. So I remember she couldn't do the autopsy because she was too upset.
Yeah.
I mean, he's shot multiple cops.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's way too much evidence to go through for, even 2 hours.
Yeah. I mean, we were almost at the people's AA because we ran out of letters.
I'm the people's AA.
Yeah. There you go.
I think that's the last one we
Wait, is there no verdict today?
There you go. I mean, that's a lot.
I don't think so. I think it's a hearing.
One of the guys followed me out, and he started threatening me.
I could be wrong though.
Is it the one on the end?
No, the third one in like the blue suit. His name's like Benny something. Standing right next to Princess. And I'm pretty sure he was going to attack me.
Probably though.
But then the PD
Probably need to call someone for it.
The one next to Frigg?
Yeah. The one between Fred and Princess.
I'll just come by to the court and I'll tell you about it.
The princess's boyfriend?
I am not sure. His surname's like Delgado or something.
Yeah, I gotta hang up.
I don't know. It's like everyone calls him Benny.
No, just come by. Okay, bye.
It's Benicio Delgado. It's 14817.
Which one is it?
Benicio.
14817. Yeah, that might be how you say. I don't know.
Oh, nah, he's not Tripas. He's FNF now, I think.
I don't know if FNF's even a thing right now because Jay helped us with besties.
What? He was with besties.
He's been doing like even his besties gang war. He's always with them at the moment.
What?
Maybe they will just go in their own separate ways.
Oh, it's the big courtroom.
I
Yeah.
think he is like
No, no, just come inside.
I'm cooking right now, Chad. I'm
I don't think
cooking.
they are. I'll let you know if there is one, but I don't think it's today. Yeah, I'll call you back. Bye.
Trying to get like
I don't know. Call me old fashioned. I don't see what the fucking point is of being a parole officer if you're not going to do shit.
Some drugs during this would go kind of hard. I'm not lying, Ursula. Ursula?
Shouldn't have to.
You agree. You agree.
3 times. You said you would leave me alone, and you didn't.
I'm sorry. I forgot.
The verdict is tomorrow.
Hi, Erin.
Mm-hmm.
The verdict itself is deferred till tomorrow too. I just want to be clear on that. Okay. Yeah, if you miss anything, I will pave over the potholes. I'll come in after you. I did say she said she was gonna walk out. Oxby, did you talk to Ember or what? Because she's been bothering me all day.
Closings, and they're allowing people to give, sort of speak
Calling
on
us back into session.
to speak on him, pros and cons.
All right, this court is called back into session. At this time, I'm issuing 1 count of contempt against Erin Carter. She's to be charged a $5,000 fine and to be sentenced to 30 months in Bolingbrook Penitentiary for her behavior in this courtroom.
why? Wait, what happened?
Now, State, are you prepared with your closing?
Wait, what happened?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, go ahead.
Wait, huh?
All right. So today you've heard admissions of an individual who intentionally went to the lighthouse and made a choice and tried to appease a specter, as he called it, to bring his loved one
Why
back.
did she bolt?
When
Why?
he freely admitted to killing. He's freely admitted to many of the charges he's accused of today. There was also no explanation of the note provided to the people of this court regarding an explanation for Edgar's DNA on the note. The note, which accurately detailed many of the killings, Edgar freely admitted to those killings under oath today. Mr. Ferreira stated today that he believed he was telling law enforcement the truth at the time he provided them the dying declaration. He had a good faith belief these were Edgar's last words and wishes when he had provided the dying declaration to law enforcement. Edgar wanted to atone by admission. It's clear that he wants as much as that today. Today he wants to atone. The only lie, if you can call it that, was that Robin told us that Edgar was dead. He didn't know, and he had assumed. Based on the evidence that was present to him, Edgar was dead at that point in time. Robin operated and acted on this good faith, although it was in his typical Robin fashion, right? With the normal sass. And that in regards to the shooting of Bruce Baylor, Edgar was never interrogated regarding it. He has intimate knowledge. Julio Montez, never interrogated regarding it. He knew the 2 shootings took place and where they were located at. Helen Wild knew the exact location of the murder, the existence of the tape, and then openly admitted he was on the said tape and his role in the shooting. Action caption, he knew an AK-47 was used and claimed to have used it himself. In regards to the dying declaration, the accuracy has assisted law enforcement and proven to be legitimate and valid in further investigation of this case. It details out all of the actions which Edgar has been accused of, and there's been no evidence to prove the contrary. Additionally, the specific order of the list is also accurate to the timeline that law enforcement discovered the murdered individuals and gathered evidence for these specific individuals. Edgar has committed
This
these
is what
murders.
Nino thinks happened.
He has admitted himself today before you and the people of this court that he's murdered these people. There has been an explanation of Edgar being possessed and being a changed man now. Does Edgar being a changed man bring back the people he murdered? His possession was not brought upon himself. Or I'm sorry, his possession was brought upon him by himself and his own choices by visiting the lighthouse where he should not have gone. I know he was grieving, but he still made his choice. Therefore, I ask the court, the people of this court, in your honor, that justice be served for the individuals that were slain by the defendant, Edgar Castillo.
Thank you, Oxby.
Yeah.
Oh, Erin, do you have
I'm
anything
going to
to
be
add?
highlighting the evidence.
Okay.
Give me a second, stop dying.
You're fine. Take your time.
All right, we're going to be referencing to the People's Aid to start with. This is Aaliyah Court's murder, number 1, the attempted murder, which will take us on to the People's B, which is the Aaliyah Court murder 2, which today Edgar has admitted to. My thoughts just went out my head. I'm so sorry. As stated in court today, there was a lot of premeditation to do with Aaliyah's murder, and all the ones after that, such as Edgar described. There was a lot of offerings in regards to Aaliyah. After this, the body taken from CMC, and the body being found, which would lead on to the charges of one-time desecration of a human corpse, because the body was removed from CMC morgue, and one-time evidence tampering, because that was a dead body, which was a murder victim, which is actually classed as evidence. Oh, by the way, going back to People's B, that's the first the first degree murder charge. We then have the people's E, F, and G, which is autopsy 1 to 3 for Leah corpse. Again, you can see the how crazy the injuries are, and how this was not just an execution. This individual got tortured and was riddled in bullets. Which then moves on to Julia Monte's murder, which is a people's H. Again, a first-degree murder charge. Again, a lot of premeditation showed in this, as it will be found in the report as well. Again, the people's I, which is Julia Montes' autopsy, again, will show you that this is not just normal execution. This was all planned, and this guy, again, was riddled in bullets. Moves on to the people's J, Dr. Hayden Wilde's murder, one times murder of a government employee. He was employed by, I think it's SAMR, I think it's called, at the time of his death. Which again has been testified in court today, and Edgar has admitted to this. We'll then move on to the people's K, which is the murder tape of Dr. Hayden Wilde's murder. This is the exact location where he was found, and you'd be able to refer that to the report. We then move on to the people's L, which is the autopsy for him. Again, you can see the severity of the injuries. We then move on to the people's M, which is Action Caption's murder, which is another first-degree murder charge. Again, this is premeditated. This wasn't just a random shooting because he got a bit high-rated. Again, Action Caption's murder tape, the people's N. And the people's O is going to be the autopsy for him again. Just like all the other murder victims, there's a clear pattern.
It's so good. I love this explanation for Nino to make sense of what
We're
happened.
going to move on to the people's P, which is titled Aaliyah's Armory Twitter post, which will be multiple Twitter posts from Edgar's friends, sharing the link of the tape which Bruce Baylor got shot in. And that would lead us on to the people's Q, which would be one time attempted first-degree murder. He was taken to the Mount Gordo Lake and shot, as testified in court today. We then move on to the people's R, which is Marshal Oshira's being shot. At the time of Oshira being shot, she was employed by the marshals. So that would be one time attempted murder of a government employee. Again, that has been testified in court today. And then we move on to the whole evidence in regards to Edgar's supposed death and the death declaration, which is the people's S, which is a very crucial report to prove that Edgar was last seen in a lighthouse, and is getting multiple officer testimony to state that there was one way in and one way out of that lighthouse, and that Edgar's body never came out there. There is clear pictures in this report as well, which clearly shows him going into the lighthouse with Norman Bones. Which then leads us on to the people's T.
Show me the magic man.
Declaration, which like I said in testimony earlier, the order of this death declaration goes in the order, like the timeline of all the attacks. And then that leads us to the people's U, which is when Edgar was found. And you'll be able to see the time gap between that and how long he was missing for. And then
Oh my
we have the
god.
people's V and W. That's just the search warrants to prove that we had the rights to go into the property where we found Leah Court's body. And then we have the people's X, Y, and Z, which is the first two are going to be Edgar's interrogation part 1 and part 2, where he came back and we questioned him about all the attacks and murders. And the
hand, though? Yeah.
Is going to be Robin Ferrero's interrogation, where we go into detail about the death declaration and how he came into contact with that. That's it from ours, but I did want to highlight the lack of evidence from the defense in regards to Edgar's psychological claims, how he was claiming to be, I guess, possessed by some kind of demon or specter, as he called it, but there's no medical records to even prove anything to do with this. So I did want to highlight that, to the lack of evidence in regards to that.
I just had to step away.
That's it.
Well, we had like almost a 1 hour break, so.
Thank you, Carter. Thank you, Oxby.
Fortunate for me.
Is there anything else from the prosecution?
No, Your
Yeah,
Honor.
that's it from us.
All right. So you rest?
Yes, Your Honor. The prosecution rests.
Thank you. All right, defense.
I need a
Okay.
sec. There's something going on in my head. I'm sorry.
Silence Morano, I swear to God.
Oh my gosh, I'm gonna sing a song.
I'm teasing. Take your time.
Just gonna sing a song over here.
What are we waiting for again?
Silas requested a moment.
Yeah, my co-counsel is just dealing with something in his head.
I want to send it to them, but I don't want to interfere with the case. But
Okay. Sorry. I'm ready, but if I pause at a moment, I hope you'll just
We'll be understanding.
thank you. What I've prepared is a bit long, so I'll take it at a leisurely pace so everyone gets the message.
how you doing, mister?
Your Honor and ladies and gentlemen of the court, what we have here today is simply a case of the prosecution picking a shiny charge, throwing evidence on the docket, and hoping that the Honorable Judge Grayson will do their work for them. As you just heard, they made little to no effort to actually point out how the evidence constitutes these charges. And it is a mountain of evidence that they have left Judge Grayson to sort through herself. Multiple officers have demonstrated unfamiliarity with the case, including the lead investigator, who said on the stand that it was unfortunate that the defendant was still alive. And this same person stands here today attempting to sentence Edgar to die. Aaron Carter has shown disregard after disregard, even before this trial began yesterday. She stated on the docket that Oshira Petros' presence as a witness, the victim of one of the crimes she is trying to push onto the defendant, quote, would not be beneficial for the case in any way. How can they possibly call this justice with this blatant disregard for a victim? And the fact that she's wearing an FTO shirt today is a serious concern for the future. Edgar himself has shown more interest in justice through his presence, through his admissions, and through his atonement. The charge of serial assaults and killings is a hefty one. It requires 3 things: premeditation, separate incidents, and common characteristics to tie them together. Each incident must meet all 3 requirements to count as one valid incident to then meet a threshold of 3. The fact of the matter is, these incidents today that Edgar has admitted to doing do not meet these thresholds. The incident with Oshira was happenstance, involving a past version of Edgar that clearly was not in his right mind. In fact, Oshira herself said this, and said that she does not recognize that same Edgar here today. Another incident was an advertisement for guns, and a third was noted by Edgar himself as a mistake. And just because officers write in a report that something was premeditated does not mean that it actually was. The action caption incident features a video, yet nobody in this video can be positively identified. The murder weapon was found on Mr. Caption with 2 sets of fingerprints, one for Edgar and one for Brandon Valentino. And Oxby said Edgar knew that an AK was used. Well, of course he did. There's evidence on the docket. And his DNA is on it. But so is Brandon's. It is just as likely that Brandon murdered Mr. Caption as it is that Edgar did. The prosecutors haven't provided anything to actually show that Edgar had a hand in this. And even though the weapon in the murder of Action Caption matches the one in the murder of Halen Wild, neither video shows who definitively pulled the trigger. Again, the weapon has another person's DNA on it. Could have just as likely been the one to do it.
Oh. I think Brandon just saved
As for Leah's
Edgar.
body, the department has said themselves that there is nothing tying Edgar to the actual theft of the body. So the charge of desecration of human corpse seriously comes into question. As for the book has been a topic of great discussion. The LSPD has stated that they know for a fact that Robin possessed this book and that it was signed in Edgar's blood. Yet there are no witnesses to the writing nor the signing of the book. And the information in it led to the recovery of the body of Aaliyah Court. Yet the person they know had the book was not charged accordingly. Instead, they are attempting to charge a person that has stated that he does not know anything about that book, nor how his blood got there. And as for the notion that his DNA was on it, of course it is. His blood's on it. This is admitted to and covered by both sides. But again, nothing was offered for as to why or how his blood was on there.
Well, it's a
As for
signature.
Mr. Montez, the LSPD has stated that the murder weapon did not come back to Edgar. Edgar stated he was present, but again, he's not being charged with accomplice. From Edgar himself, you heard that he was possessed and taken over by a malevolent entity. Even recounting those experiences today was extremely difficult for him. This was visible in the way he spoke, the way he looked around, all around his demeanor when testifying. And sure, Edgar said he went to the lighthouse of his own volition, but he said he didn't go there to get possessed. That wasn't of his volition. And the prosecution gave credence to this possession through their testimony on Norman Bones. That's further backed up by the bail conditions and testimony from Barrick. The prosecutors claim of one way in and out of the lighthouse, but they said themselves they didn't go in to check, nor to check for Edgar's body. And Edgar has said that he has sought to rid himself of this malevolent force through professional help when the LSPD failed to evaluate him themselves. He stands here today a different man, but still wishes to atone for a different version of himself. The prosecution attempts to poke doubt into Edgar's testimony on why he is atoning for his crimes now versus when he was interrogated. But what they also stated was that Edgar was severely injured when he was brought in for that interrogation. Yet, conveniently for them, they didn't tie these two things together. How can Edgar be expected to properly articulate a confession in that state? Now, to zoom out a bit, there's precedents to factor in regarding this case too. In the People versus Lang Buddha, a case with a timeline that ran parallel to this case, Lang was given 9 years for 3 counts of murder and 1 for serial assaults and killings, which are very similar charges to this case. The
That's
LSPD
not precedent.
ordered a psychological evaluation for Lang, but none was ordered for Edgar nor Robin when he turned the book in. Even though Lang was Mirandized, he was made aware of his rights and waived his right to a lawyer, LSPD still ordered an evaluation of Lang. Why didn't they order one for Edgar when he did not tick any of those boxes? Then they turn around and try to claim a lack of evidence for his efforts to seek professional help, yet completely ignore his long and specific testimony today that he did. And sure, Lang Buddha pled guilty to all charges, where Edgar is only pleading to the charges he actually committed. But the prosecution is calling this book a dying declaration, taking it as gospel and an admission, despite not taking any of the necessary steps to validate that, and despite Edgar repeatedly saying it wasn't his. So they can't have it both ways. To wrap up, the lack of evidence for many of these charges, paired with the demonstrated incompetency of the prosecution, and thirdly, precedents set by the DOJ, do not constitute anything close to the death penalty nor life in prison. And just like in Lang's case, house arrest counted as time served. And I'll probably bring this up during the sentencing portion, but we do ask the court to factor in this precedence for Edgar as well. Finally, we ask the court to find this man not guilty of the crimes he has not committed and guilty of the crimes he is admitted to help him achieve the atonement for the actions of a different version of himself while not suffering for the actions that were not his. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow.
Silas. Rippy, anything you want to add on to that?
Yeah, I'd just like to say a few things. Your Honor, ladies and gentlemen of the court, our client, Mr. Del Castillo, could have stood mute here in court today, and Lord knows it might have been better for him. I might have even advised him that initially when I joined this case very late in the proceedings, but this is not the kind of case that this is, and Mr. Del Castillo is not a typical client in a case such as this. I have seen and heard a lot of very peculiar, very, very thought-provoking things through the course of becoming familiar with this case. But one thing stands out to me, apart from the supernatural allegations in play here, and that is that if Mr. Del Castillo stands mute, I think some of these charges fall short. Some of this evidence falls short. Mr. Del Castillo is a man who stands accused of some very serious crimes. And he chose to take a degree of responsibility for that. And in so doing, gave further evidence of his guilt in some of these situations, in some of these deaths. And the one constant through line in our discussions and our trying of this case is the tremendous remorse and regret and the troubled mind and heart of our client about the events that we came here to talk about. Mr. Del Castillo is not a perfect man, nor is he a psychopath, nor is he a bloodthirsty maniac killer by reputation. Outside of these proceedings, by all accounts, he's a pretty decent guy. One of the victims testified as much on the stand today. Oshira Petros stood up here and said that he did not seem like himself, and it seemed very much like a different person when her vision went black after seeing Mr. Del Castillo with a gun. Now, the difficulty in deciding a case like this comes down to our beliefs. Do we choose to believe that there are forces
it kind of
beyond our
sucks
understanding? Is it any more of a waste of time to
that
disbelieve such things as it is to believe them? That's not
we don't get the verdict
my
today.
job or expertise.
There ain't no
or
way it's gonna
expertise of the
take
courts to decide such metaphysical matters. The fact is, either perhaps there is a force beyond what we can see and understand, and perhaps not. Perhaps Mr. Del Castillo, beside himself with grief about a terrible mistake involving Aaliyah Court, had a break with reality and became consumed with his grief and became mentally disturbed due to significant trauma. And I stand here proudly in defense of my client to say he does not excuse himself on that basis. He got up on the stand and he testified and clarified which actions took place for which he holds some responsibility for himself and which actions he's accused of that he is not the perpetrator of. So when weighing the verdict to this case and the sentencing, you have to at least wonder why our client would say, yes, I was involved in these things, but not these other things. What difference does it make? The difference is that Mr. Del Castillo knows now that what he did then was wrong. But whether it was a ghost, a spirit, a malevolent creature from another dimension, or simply just very, very, very poor mental health during a time of intense grief, he knows now that some of the actions that he's taken in his life caused loss, caused harm, caused death. And he is prepared to pay a price for that, or he would not have gotten up on the stand. All my client wishes is for the same consideration to be given him and his side of this very strange story as the prosecution that was levied against
Brother
him,
needs to wrap
using
it
the
up. Oh
same
yeah, I actually
terms,
completely faded
the
out.
same paranormal aspects. If it is to be deemed credible that this lighthouse is a magical place where bad things happen, as you know, the prosecution has claimed, then we must take equally seriously the consideration that Mr. Del Castillo was not in complete control of his actions.
Okay, this actually does
And we
damage
cannot ignore the
to what
fact
Silas said.
that he has taken every step to better himself and take back control of his life and his actions in the intervening months between these horrible events and the trial we're at today. The prosecution can claim that there's no such thing as psychiatrists, that it's unbelievable that he may have found one, whatever. Fact is, he got up on the stand and testified to that effect, and he rather admirably clarified that he did not wish to use the services of Dr. Pixie in order to exploit them for his own gain in this court case. He simply answered a question that was posed to him honestly. Our client, for better or worse, guilty or innocent, came here today to tell the truth. And that is all he has done. It is for the judge to decide his level of responsibility in these matters and what price he should pay. I think if it were up to the prosecution, he would be killed on the spot. But is that justice? Having heard everything that we've listened to today, would that be justice? Where there's smoke, there is fire. Something unnatural, something beyond our ability to understand or to endure mentally has occurred in these circumstances. And if it affected these victims,
Oh my
if it
God.
affected other people, if it affected enough so much that a judge would order people stay away from a lighthouse, then certainly it could have affected significantly the mental state and
All right.
the ability to control actions.
Let's
of
loop
our
it back.
client, Mr. Del Castillo. So we only ask that the court consider very seriously all the implications before rendering a verdict and sentencing upon this man who has shown nothing but remorse and a desire to set the record straight. He has not misled you. He has not tried to evade questioning. He has stood here, looked you straight in the eye, and said, yes, this horrible, horrible situation. I don't really understand it. But yes, I am responsible. But is he guilty?
Yes.
That is for the court to decide. And if he was not responsible for his actions, and if he was in fact temporarily insane, or under the assumption or under the control of some other entity, then I don't think he should be guilty. Should he pay a price? Perhaps. Is he willing to do that? Absolutely.
Come on, mate.
But based on everything here today, I think that he should be found not guilty.
Very well. Silas, Murphy, is there anything else you'd like to bring to light? I'm asking, does the defense rest?
Silas, do you have any evidence you want to highlight?
One moment, Your Honor.
15 minutes later.
All right, defense rest.
What the fuck is...
All right. So, initially, this court case was planned for 2 separate days. I knew this was going to be a massive trial, considering the severity of these charges. Today alone, we've been here for nearly 5.5 hours. Considering the evidence highlighted by both the prosecution and the defense, I am looking at a lengthy deliberation.
Brother,
Quite a bit of
stop.
work that I have to do here. And on top of that, I have requested, due to the death penalty being entertained, an open forum following the verdict, where character witnesses may be called forward to be either for or against the death penalty for Edgar. At this time, I will inform the court that I will be taking the night for deliberation and will be returning to a 3rd session of this case tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern.
Bro, yo, no fuck's gonna
See you all tomorrow for the verdict and potentially the open forum.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yo, that's crazy. Yo. Oh fuck, bro! That I am dead. I am dead. That is too fucking.
No, Robin.
Tomorrow will be sentencing, and we will.
Oh my
be
God,
with
bro!
coverage of that once it happens. Have a good night.
Oh man. Oh my god, that's so funny.
Should I call you Lemon?
See,
or
now I'm
Cool?
done.
Please get me
Cool
from
with
the
a
other
K.
side of this.
Do you get why? Lemonade, Kool-Aid.
I see. That's
Oh my god.
It's just ended. Are you
making fun of me for something I can't
Oh my god,
No,
bro.
because it'd be kind of funny.
Alright, I'm gonna see if Chrissy's around. So call me when you're done, okay?
Oh my god. Bro, literally.
Power. Oh wait, that actually hits.
Oh,
Salmon
bro.
Power Aid.
Oh my god.
What is it?
Oh, that was fucking hilarious.
It's what?
I found it so funny because I feel like
Right?
that's literally like what I could imagine someone in chat saying.
Franz for the
Like, it's just so. Yo, I need to go. You know, like, oh fuck! Oh my god, that shit. That shit has me dead.
Hey, Nino, it's over. You can get up. You're not stuck in place anymore.
Oh. Yeah, I know. I'm lingering.
I feel like we need to throw him like a life preserver.
I'm listening to the tea.
Upset. Well, I think she's upset with how she was treated on the stand by Silas, and nobody stepped in to defend her. So
Oh shit.
understand the frustrations. That is a defense attorney's job,
Yeah.
unfortunately, especially against the primary investigator. They will take every shot possible.
Yeah, he's on his phone.
That
He's
is not
fine.
an excuse,
He's fine.
But unfortunately, it came down again towards tone and the way she verbalized. It was very. I'm sorry, Maxwell. It was like she was throwing a tantrum.
Oh.
And there were several times I did clock Silas and.
Oh, you should get a
wow.
bad. And if you, if you're feeling up to it, just head by and pick up some lighthouses. You know, here they're the best drugs in the land.
Well, I think
A
everybody
joke.
can agree that Robin's had many warnings, and I know you only counted 2, but he actually had at least three outbursts, asking for Norman Bone's number, and then joking about Aaron being passed out on the stand, about purgatory.
It was spicy.
I told him the once to knock it off, and I've had several other outbursts from the crowd today. And then the second time I issued the final warning, and then he has been so quiet this entire other time, except for right now when he asked, "Does my reset?" And I told him no.
Multi-hour court
So
cases
I
are
give
always going
everyone
to be tiring.
The 2, and then the third one you're out.
So you would
That's
say
You
she
gotta
did it
understand,
more than
right?
him.
The entire time, unless it's
I
in
would say Aaron
recess,
did it far more.
and even sometimes if it is,
Considering I understand
the judge
how
is
frustrating the
honestly the
situation
only
is,
one that has to stay
I was
locked
very
in
patient.
the whole
But
time.
on both sides, they were exceptionally combative. I will tell you, I almost gave contempt across the room when it comes to
As a judge, you can't.
Almost is not always. I think Aaron getting in contempt is kind of dumb as shit.
I'm gonna adopt
All right.
Needs some help.
not same day
there you go.
verdicts, you know?
Yeah, I believe one of them just entered the court, Megan.
All right.
I'm gonna go relax my brain
basically all the
a little
defendants
bit.
are leaving right now.
Stay safe, Ava.
All right. Somebody have Aaron.
Hot dogs and have you tried the peach cobbler from the
Yeah, they all left.
hot dog place?
And you know,
Hey, how you doing?
Good. Hi.
The fuck are you
Good.
wearing?
Huh?
Embarrassment.
What do you mean?
What is that shirt color?
Tan.
Ow.
Do I sign your check to wear tan?
Okay.
Don't let me see you wear that again.
Immediately, sir.
I mean, you signed Saren's to wear tan.
Well, he's in the cabinet. That doesn't count.
We don't have a second.
Oh, fair enough.
Yeah.
As a judge, can I have other jobs?
I genuinely don't know anymore because there are people that hold multiple government positions. I don't personally like it because I think it creates like a conflict.
I don't want to work in another government. I want to work at the hot dog place so I can get my hot dogs.
Oh,
in
you
there.
can, yeah, you
Just
can
call
do
me
that.
anytime I want.
Yeah,
That's
I'll
fine.
call Gage. He'll hook you up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The only
My
thing
favorite
is
thing.
you won't be able to like double dip.
I literally.
What
just
the
want
fuck is
food. I
Turner
just
wearing?
wanna go
Mhm.
get- I'm literally that person. I just want to go get food. and that's it. I'll pay for it though, of course, obviously. Yeah, I don't know how they. You know the secret? The big ass drink. How does it stay cold for so long when it doesn't even always have enough ice?
Me too.
Why was that fucking Turner, bro?
Yeah, he's ignoring me. Okay.
Oh, sorry. Were you talking to me?
Yes.
I'm sorry. I am very cooked. Say, run it back.
Same. No, I wanted to know from the hot dog place, the drink. How does the big ass drink? How does it stay cold? with
Oh,
minimal
I have
ice?
no idea. I don't.
It's crazy.
I have like Gage. Just run the show. Carmine's a manager there now too, so that's gonna be interesting.
He's a lawyer now.
Yeah, I heard.
He has a bar license too.
He did. He is officially bar mine.
I'll take bets that as soon as they tell him he can be a cop again, he'll be like the roadrunner out of here.
Oh my god. Yeah, I got to step up for a little bit. Hey,
Okay, bye.
y'all take it.
Later, Nino.
Yeah, what's up, Nino?
Hey, how you doing? Looking good. See how this guy's doing. All right.